Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Are we ready to roll? Wonderful, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. Today is Thursday, February 23rd, and if you will please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Beck, will you please lead us in the roll call?
Absolutely. Councilmember Burgess. Yeah, perfect.
I'm here.
Councilmember Damrell.
My turn? Okay. Present.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Zangale.
Yes, I'm here.
And Councilmember Chair Madueño.
Good morning, and Virginia Madueño is here. Good morning, Daniel. We will now go to our next agenda item, and this is closed session litigation water code section 85210.5, and we will resume at approximately 10 a.m. Welcome back. It is now 10 a.m. and we will recommence our meeting. And there is nothing to report out of closed session. Beck, will you please lead us with a roll call to reestablish quorum, please?
Yes. Councilmember Burgess.
Here.
Councilmember Lee. I'll just go
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Zangale. I don't see him yet back on. Chair Madueño.
Madueño here. We will now turn to item number 5, and I apologize, I think on your agenda it said we would go into consideration first on item 6, but the next item for our consideration is an action item for the possible approval of Resolution 2023-1 for the adoption of the proposed amendments to the Delta Plan Policy RR1P1, prioritization of state investments in Delta levees and risk reduction and related definitions. The proposed rulemaking for Delta Plan Policy RR1P1 would amend the California Code of Regulations Title 23, Sections 5001 and 5002 to implement the Delta Levee Investment Strategy, also referred to as DLIS. The notice of proposed rulemaking was originally published on August 26, 2022, after which a notice of extension of written comment period and rescheduled hearing was published on September 23rd, 2022. The council held a public comment period from August 26, 2022 through November 21st, 2022, and held a public hearing on November the 17th, 2022. After November 21st, 2022, modifications were made to the proposed regulatory text and were made available for public comment from December 15th through January 9th of 2023. No additional modifications were made. The rulemaking file for the proposed rulemaking is attachment A to Resolution 2023-1. The text of the proposed regulations, including Appendix P, as revised after November 21st, 2022, is contained in tab F, that's F as in Frank, of the rulemaking file. A listing of the submitted comments is contained in tab D, as in dog, of the rulemaking file. The summary of comments and responses to comments are contained in the final statement of reasons that is in tab H of the rulemaking file. These documents are contained in a binder available for public review on the table in the back of the room, and also available upon request by emailing amend.rrp1, and that's the number 1, at deltacouncil.ca.gov. This item will be recorded by a certified court reporter. We will start with the staff presentation and recommendations, then have a period for council questions and comments from staff. Then we will hear public comments to be followed by council deliberation. We will now hear from our staff, and to present the presentation, we have our Executive Officer, Ms. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we begin, I want to check in with our clerk because I think we might be having an issue with the Zoom link, and I want to ensure we get that cleared up first.
Yes, we are working on it. We're going to repost the notice right now. There seems to be a broken link.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin with my intro.
Okay.
So as part of the 2009 Delta Reform Act, the state legislature directed the council to recommend priorities for state investment in Delta levee operations, maintenance, and improvements, including project and non-project levees. The Delta Reform Act also authorized the council to request reports regarding the implementation of the Delta plan, and in general, the legislature granted the council broad authority in implementing the Delta Reform Act. So in 2018, the council followed through on the legislature's direction by adopting the Delta Levees Investment Strategy, or DLIS, which establishes these investment priorities and requires the Department of Water Resources to submit an annual report on Delta levee investment expenditures. The heart of this proposed regulation is a reporting requirement for the department. Those priorities were further updated in 2020 based on new levee elevation data and presented to the council in August of 2021, wherein the council directed staff to proceed with the rulemaking process. And then back in November of last year, the council conducted a public hearing to receive comments on the proposed regulation and receive council direction for next steps, which was to consider and respond to comments received on the draft regulations and on the economic analysis for the policy. We have made many changes to the proposed DLIS regulations in response to comments and requests since we began drafting them in 2014. Our overarching goals in this policy are to increase transparency surrounding how limited state funding for Delta levees is allocated, and to gather additional data to guide future council actions in this regard. So today, council staff will summarize the comments received and recommend adopting the proposed regulatory amendments for DLIS. I really want to take a moment and thank everyone who has participated in the process up to this point, including our partners at the Department of Water Resources and the State Flood Board. This is a better product due to the extensive local engagement and state engagement that has occurred, and really this is a product of all the time that has been invested in this effort. So I will now pass the presentation over to Deputy Executive Officer for Planning and Performance, Jeff Henderson. Jeff, take it away.
Great, thank you, Jessica. Good morning, council members. I'm Jeff Henderson, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning at the council, and I'm joined this afternoon by Supervising Water Resources Engineer Aaron Mullen to my left, and Environmental Program Manager Eva Bush to Aaron's left. We have a presentation for you today ahead of the comments and discussion that we're looking forward to following the presentation. Next slide, please. So by way of overview, the presentation today will highlight and review the background behind the Delta Levees investment strategy, and we'll discuss the council authorities that enable potential adoption of the regulations associated with the DLIS today. We'll cover prior council actions related both to the DLIS and to the Delta Plan amendments to incorporate the DLIS. We'll talk a bit about the levee investment strategy and risk reduction strategy itself and the process used to develop it. Thank you. We will review the proposed regulatory amendments that are before you for consideration and are the subject of the hearing this afternoon. We'll talk about some of the mechanics of the rulemaking process, but we'll spend most of our time reviewing public comments received on the proposed regulation and our proposed responses to them. We'll then finish up with a staff recommendation, followed by council questions, public comments, and council deliberation. So the requested action that we have before you today, and we'll summarize this again at the end of the presentation, is to approve Resolution 2023-01. And that resolution would enable the council to adopt the proposed regulatory amendments, and it would also authorize staff to finalize the rulemaking process through the filing of final rulemaking documents with the Department of Finance and the Office of Administrative Law. It would also give us, provide staff the ability to make any non-substantive changes to the rulemaking file and to provide information as needed or requested by these agencies to consider or to complete the rulemaking process. So just by way of emphasis, I want to acknowledge that this does sort of represent the final opportunity for public input on the D-list process prior to the filing with the Office of Administrative Law and the Department of Finance. So just encourage everyone to participate actively today and have an engaging conversation. So about the Delta Levees investment strategy and the development process. In 2014, and we have been at work on this since 2014, the council and its staff began work to fulfill our commitments. We began developing an update to the interim RRP1 policy that was adopted in the 2018 Delta Plan amendments by engaging stakeholders to identify state interests, by developing a methodology to assess risks to those interests, and by developing levy investment priorities based on those risks. In 2017, the council established a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, which we'll refer to as the Flood Board throughout the remainder of the presentation. The MOU established a formal working relationship to administer plans and policies regarding state investments in levee operations, maintenance, and improvements. The MOU provided a foundation for interagency work that includes staff from the Department of Water Resources and the Flood Board, as well as the council. And our work group continues to meet regularly to facilitate and to collaborate on the implementation of D-list. Moving ahead to 2018, in that year, the council adopted the Delta Plan amendments, which included the Delta Levees investment strategy and initiated a rulemaking process to amend policy RRP1. In 2019, before the council completed that rulemaking process, new information was published by the Department of Water Resources that had the potential to change the D-list prioritization. You'll hear this referred to in our dialogue as the LIDAR data, which essentially yields updated elevation information for both levee heights and island floors. In 2020, the council withdrew RRP1 from the rulemaking process in order to evaluate this new LIDAR information and any implications it might have on the proposed D-list regulations. Since 2020, council staff has updated the data that informs the D-list risk analysis with new topographic information and water surface elevations. We also worked to address concerns raised on the modified preliminary regulatory language and developed an update to the Delta levy prioritizations based on the best available information. And then at your August 2021 public meeting,
Jeff,
yes,
I'm so sorry. Can we pause? We're having some major technical difficulties.
I'll defer to the chair.
We will take a 5-minute pause or until needed, but let's just do 5 minutes and see if we can make some advances in our technology. And we apologize for the technical difficulties.
Absolutely. We'll resume with 2021 when we come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is the world that we now live in.
You do another roll call?
No, I just maybe tell the public.
Okay, all right.
Are we ready? Excellent. Welcome back. We apologize for the technical difficulty. Apparently there was some snag in the Zoom link, but it looks like CalSpan was working properly. So we
Yeah,
will.
if people continue to have problems with the Zoom link, please let us know. Otherwise, you can also tune into the Cal channel, right?
Yes, CalSpan will be
CalSpan.
streaming. And you can email Delta Engage if you would like to make a public comment.
Delta Engage at deltacouncil.ca.gov.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And again, our apologies for the delay. And Jeff, you will start over on item number, correct? Is that
Absolutely.
okay? And again, our
Well,
apologies.
Again, apologies. We will just, for the record, begin from the beginning of the presentation again. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Jeff Henderson, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning for the Stewardship Council. I'm joined this afternoon by Supervising Water Resources Engineer Aaron Mullen to my left and Environmental Program Manager Eva Bush to Aaron's left. And we have a short staff presentation for you, actually, maybe not short, ahead of the comments and discussion this afternoon. So by way of overview today, we're going to review the background underlying the Delta Levees investment strategy and the council authorities that enable adoption potentially of the regulations associated with the DLIS today. We'll cover prior council actions related both to DLIS and the Delta Plan amendments that incorporate DLIS. We'll talk a bit about levy investment and risk reduction strategy, the DLIS itself, and the process used to develop it. We'll review the proposed regulatory amendments that are before you for consideration and the subject of our meeting today. We'll talk about some of the mechanics of the rulemaking process and spend most of our time reviewing public comments received on the proposed regulation, as well as our proposed responses to those. We'll then finish up with a staff recommendation followed by council questions, public comments, and council deliberation. So the purpose of today's meeting is for the council to consider adopting proposed regulatory amendments to two sections of Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations. That's Section 5001, which essentially presents definitions, and Section 5012, which presents the text of the proposed regulation. And these would implement the Delta Levees investment strategy as modified after the November 17th, 2022 public hearing. And we'll talk a bit about those modifications a bit later. Staff will be asking the council today to approve Resolution 2023-01, by which the council would adopt the proposed regulatory amendments and would authorize us, your staff, to finalize and submit rulemaking documents to the Department of Finance and to the Office of Administrative Law as required by the Administrative Procedures Act. And that would include authorization to make non-substantive changes to the rulemaking file and to provide information as needed or requested by those agencies as part of their review of the rulemaking process. So we have been at DLIS in one form or another since 2014. At that time, the council and its staff began work to fulfill our commitments under the water code. We began developing an update to the interim policy that was part of the 2018 Delta Plan amendments by engaging stakeholders to identify state interests, developing a methodology to assess risks to those interests, and developing levy investment priorities based on those risks. In 2017, the council established an MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, with the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. That MOU establishes a formal working relationship to administer plans and policies related to state investments in levee operations, maintenance, and improvements. The MOU provides a foundation for interagency work that includes staff from DWR, from the Flood Board, and from the council. And this group continues to meet regularly to facilitate and collaborate on implementation of the Delta Levees investment strategy. In 2018, this council adopted the Delta Plan amendments, which included the initial version of the Delta Levees investment strategy and initiated a rulemaking process for those amendments to RRP1. In 2019, before the council completed the rulemaking process to amend RRP1, new information, which you'll hear referred to as LIDAR information, which essentially provides updated aerial updated elevation data that describes the height of levees and the depth of island floors. In 2020, we withdrew RRP1 from the rulemaking process to evaluate whether that new information would have any implications on the proposed DLIS regulations. Since 2020, we've updated the data that informs DLIS, performed an updated risk analysis using new topographic information and water surface elevations. Council staff also worked to address concerns raised on modified preliminary regulatory language by stakeholders and developed an update to the Delta levy prioritization based on the best available information. At your August 2021 public meeting, the Council certified an addendum to the 2018 PEIR, Program Environmental Impact Report, approved updates to Delta Plan Policy RRP1 for proposed rulemaking, and directed staff to commence the rulemaking process pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. At a public hearing this Council held at its November 2022 meeting, the Council received oral and written public comments regarding the proposed regulation and the rulemaking documents, and directed staff to respond to those comments in writing as required by the Administrative Procedures Act. Which brings us to today's meeting, where staff will share highlights of the comments and responses. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions of staff. You'll hear from members of the public one more time, and then staff recommends that the Council approve the proposed regulation and direct staff to submit it to the reviewing agencies. So a bit about the proposed regulatory amendments themselves. The first question, what would DLIS do? In essence, the proposed DLIS regulations would set priorities for levee improvement, levee operation and maintenance, and for funding for those activities, and establish requirements for the Department of Water Resources to report to the Council and to the public regarding where and why Delta levee investments are made. We believe this increases transparency and informs decision makers about how strategic investments in Delta levees can and does reduce risk to state interests over time. So for clarity, the proposed regulation essentially does four things. Defines levee operations, maintenance, and improvements. 2, establishes levee operations and levee maintenance as a system-wide priority for discretionary state spending. 3, establishes priorities for discretionary state spending on levee improvements using a 3-tiered prioritization. And 4, requires the Department of Water Resources to report annually regarding its levee funding decisions, including specifically how those decisions align with the DLIS priorities with regard to levee improvements. How would DLIS work? It's important to remember that this is not a new regulation. The 2013 interim priorities covered discretionary spending on operations, maintenance, and improvements, so all 3 of those components. All of those tiers were equally important, and it's expected that the department would balance investments across those priorities over time. The proposed updates would create tiers for levee improvements. You see, we've isolated the improvements in the second graphic there on the slide. Create tiers for levee improvements based on risk, while elevating operations and maintenance as a priority throughout the system. It would also, as we mentioned, require DWR report how it allocates its annual funding decisions. This was not required in the 2013. This establishes what we mentioned earlier as a 3-tiered priority list of Delta Islands and tracts for state investments and levee improvements. Maintenance and operations are established as system-wide priorities. The map on the screen shows the physical location of each of the islands and tracts that are included in the DLIS prioritization. This map would be included in the Delta Plan as Appendix B. The established referred to as very high priority, and other priority, and they essentially progress in that order. The very high priority islands are centered in the areas with the highest risk generally to population, property, and water supply. Islands and tracts in the high priority category have levees that protect critical habitat, roads, and valued agricultural areas, while islands and tracts in the other category represent the lowest risk to state interests. And I want to clarify and emphasize that establishing an island or tract as other priority does not mean that that island or tract is not important. It means that that island or tract represents, based on current conditions, the lowest potential risk to state interests. The proposed amendment to the regulation consists of two parts. The first part are amendments to Section 5012, which would establish priorities for levee improvement projects based on the risk to state interests. This is where the prioritization of very high priority, or other priority is assigned to each Delta Island or tract and contained in a table and map that are part of the proposed regulation. Section 5012 also affirms the importance of operations and maintenance to Delta levees to maintain the integrity of the system and to fulfill the state's obligation to the federal government for project levies. And finally, Section 5012 requires that DWR provide an annual report to the Council addressing its funding decisions regarding levee operations, maintenance, and improvement projects within the legal delta. Also provides an opportunity for the department to vary from the priorities for levee levee improvement if the department's able to justify that nevertheless those investments protect life, property, and state interests in the delta. So it does create essentially an ability for the department to vary its investments from the priorities should the department be able to justify that that investment still protects life, property, and state interests in the delta. The purpose of proposed amendments to Section 5001 or 5001 would add definitions for 5 new terms used in the proposed amendment to Section 5012. Those are levee operation and maintenance, which means any activity to retain or maintain the intended functions of flood control facilities and of existing encroachments needed to keep the system functioning properly. Examples of maintenance activities include mowing, tree and brush trimming and removal, revetment restoration, rodent control, spraying, painting, coating, patching, burning, and other similar activities. But levee operation and maintenance does not include any significant excavation or any excavation during flood season. Levee improvement means any activity that is not levee operation and maintenance and that is intended to reduce the probability of flooding or the addition of a feature that did not previously exist. Examples of levee improvements include changing levee geometry to reach a higher level of protection, providing riprap where none previously existed, and other similar activities. And then the definitions for very high, and other priority islands or tracts refers to the levee improvement priority tier assignments that are made to each Delta Island or tract within Section 5012. So shifting to the rulemaking process and where we'll spend the majority of our time this morning. The Council filed a required notice of proposed rulemaking, which was published in the California Regulatory Notice Register on August 26th of 2022. We also filed a notice of extension of written comment period and a rescheduled hearing, which was published again in the Regulatory Notice Register on September 23, 2022. That extended written public comment period was scheduled to end at 11:59 p.m. on November 16th, 2022. The Council conducted a public hearing on November 17th, 2022, and at that public hearing extended the 45-day comment period through November 21st, 2022. And then after review of public comments received by that time, the Council proposed modifications to Sections 5001W and 5012C1 in response to public comments. Those modifications were announced at the December 15th, 2022 Council meeting and posted on the Council website the same day, together with an addendum to the initial statement of reasons. Public comment period for those modifications ran from December 15th, 2022 through January 9th, 2023. During the comment period, the initial comment period of August through November, including the public hearing, the council received 15 written comments and oral comments from 13 individuals at the November 17th, 2022 public hearing. During the second comment period we referred to, that ran from December 15th through January 9th, the council received 7 written comments and oral comments from 2 individuals at the December 15th council meeting. The comments received in the second comment period addressed the proposed regulations generally, but did not directly address the proposed modifications. So we'll now turn to the public comments received and the proposed responses to those comments. And just by way of orientation, the comments that we received trended toward concerning similar topics, and we've grouped those responses in response to the following topics: interference with federal participation, definitions and the alignment of definitions with objectives and other programs, requests for suspension or the end of the rulemaking process and additional coordination with stakeholders, consistency with existing law and the council's authority, comments concerning the DLIS methodology itself, comments concerning impacts to the subventions program, comments concerning the adequacy of the economic analysis, comments requesting a deadline for DWR's annual report, and then modifications that the council offered to Section 5001, Section 5012, and our economic and fiscal impact assessment in response to comments. We also did receive some comments expressing support for the proposed regulation, which we'll summarize as we proceed. So first, comments concerning interference with federal participation. And on each of these slides, we present a summary of the comment received and a general summary of the responses that we propose. The full version of the comments and the full version of the responses are available in the rulemaking packet. So this first grouping concerns comments regarding interference with federal participation. And the first summary of comment is that the proposed regulations would interfere with the ability to secure federal funds following a high water event. Summary of our response to that comment is that there are no clearly defined criteria to receive assistance from FEMA under the Stafford Act. And the proposed regulation would not interfere with individuals or public agencies that are seeking to request assistance in the event of a disaster declaration. We similarly received a comment stating that the prioritization that's proposed is missing the state interest of maintaining good standing in the Army Corps PL 8499 program, which pays 100% of repair costs if a levee is damaged. Our response is that the proposed regulation actually explicitly states that levee funding should be prioritized to ensure levees are operated and maintained in accordance with PL 8499. You can find that in Section 5012A1. We received comments that the proposed definitions would potentially impact maintaining agencies' ability to participate in state funding programs. And our response is that the proposed prioritization is not in fact directed at specific programs or specific funding sources. Rather, it intends to track all discretionary state levy spending in the Delta. We received comments essentially stating that the definition of what we've referred to as levy improvement should be changed to mean any activity that's not levy operation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement, and that is intended to reduce the probability of flooding to facilitate change in land use or the addition of a feature that did not previously exist. We also received comment that the definition of levee operations and maintenance should be changed to levee operation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement, which means levee work intended to preserve the Delta levee system and the Delta's physical characteristics in essentially their then present form. Our response is that the Council has worked extensively with the Flood Board to align proposed definitions for levee improvement, levee operation, and levee maintenance with existing federal and state laws and guidance. Rehabilitation is not included among these definitions, and the council is not proposing to add rehabilitation activities to the definition of operation and maintenance. We received comments that included several requests for additional stakeholder engagement, including pausing the process and allowing additional engagement that's not required by the Administrative Procedures Act. We received comments that the rulemaking process should be put on hold to allow additional time for council staff to participate in levy tours and coordinate on regulatory language and definitions. Our response is that for more than 6 years, the council's collaborated with state agencies, local reclamation districts, Delta landowners and businesses, and other stakeholders to develop DLIS and the proposed regulatory language. The council has hosted more than 70 workshops and public meetings, and DLIS has been discussed in one form or another at nearly 50 council meetings since 2014. Council's proposed definitions for levy operations and maintenance and for levy improvement were developed to align with the California Code of Regulations, the definitions provided in federal regulations, and the Water Code, as well as those of the Flood Board. We received comments that interested parties should be allowed to rebut or to supplement and review other comments of interested parties in writing prior to the council taking action on the rulemaking. Our response is that the council is responding to comments in writing as required. Written comments are part of the rulemaking file and responses are included in the final statement of reasons. I should note for the record that any member of the public may provide comments to the council at any time. However, the council will not be responding to public comments as part of this rulemaking process after the January 9th, 2023 public comment deadline. We received comments that the council does not have authority to regulate in this area, only to make recommendations. I just want to acknowledge this is the first of 5 slides addressing comments regarding the council's authority to enact DLIS. Please bear with me as covering these in some detail is an important matter for our record. Our response begins. The legislature intended to give the council the power to regulate Delta levy investment priorities by giving the council specific authority and directive pursuant to Water Code sections 85306 and 85305, in conjunction with the legislative intent to establish a governance structure that will direct efforts across state agencies to develop a legally enforceable Delta plan, and empowering the council to adopt regulations or guidelines as needed to carry out the powers and duties identified in the Delta Reform Act. The council has the power to request reports on issues concerning the implementation of the Delta plan pursuant to Water Code section 85210. We received comments that the council is not in compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act standards for authority, that the proposed regulation would limit DWR's flexibility in levy funding decisions and may redirect funds from non-project and non-urban areas within the Delta to fund urban projects that have access to other sources of funding. Our response. In accordance with legislative intent, the council has the authority to regulate in this area pursuant to Water Code sections 85306, 85305, 85210H, and 85210I. The proposed regulation would not limit DWR's flexibility in levy funding decisions, but would require DWR to submit a written report to the council annually, identifying its decisions to award state funds for Delta levy operation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, replacement, and improvement projects within the legal Delta. This proposed prioritization is based on the risk to state interests, regardless of which program funds the investments, and regardless of whether a levy is a project or a non-project levy. The proposed regulation does not specify which programs DWR is to include in its reporting, but rather requires the department to explain the variations in funding for levy improvements relative to the recommended priorities. Consequently, the Council's expectation is that DWR would report on all discretionary funding decisions. We received comments that the phrase fund levy operation and maintenance is unclear as it's presented in the proposed regulation in section 5012. Also that it's unclear whether levy improvement or levy operation and maintenance would cover repairs and rehabilitation to maintain levees to DWR's Bulletin 19282 and federal PL 8499 standards. In response, the Council removed the term increasing the height of a levy from section 5001W, the definition of levy improvement, to clarify that restoration activities are not included in the definition for improvement. We received comments that the proposed regulation is contrary to several existing laws, including Water Code Section 12981. Our response: Water Code Section 12981 does not apply to the Council's power to prioritize state investments in Delta levees. The Council's authority is granted pursuant to the Delta Reform Act and Water Code Section 85000 et sec. After enacting the Delta Reform Act, the legislature added Water Code Section 12986, subsection C, to Part 9 of Division 6, which clarifies that the legislature intended the Council's levy priorities to be followed, stating, reimbursements for Delta levies made pursuant to this section shall reflect the priorities of and be consistent with the Delta plan established pursuant to Chapter 1. We received comments that the terms defined in the proposed regulation are themselves inconsistent with existing programs and procedures. Specifically, levy improvement and levy operations and maintenance definitions are not aligned with those in federal regulations and the Water Code. Our response: proposed definitions for levy operations and maintenance and levy improvement do align with the Flood Board's definition of maintenance activities in California Code of Regulations, definitions in federal regulations and the Water Code, and with Flood Board Resolution number 2018-06. We received comments that the proposed regulation would override priorities established in other laws, specifically those established in Water Code Section 12313. Our response: existing Water Code Section 12313, which were part of the statutes of 1988, addresses special flood control works in the Delta generally. Water Code Sections 85305 and 85306, part of the statutes of 2009, address the prioritization of state investments in Delta levees specifically. DWR is required to consult with appropriate agencies in complying with Water Code Section 12313, including the Council and including the prioritization established in the Delta Plan. The legislature was aware of existing laws governing this area when it gave the Council the authority and the mandate to regulate and prioritize state investments in both project and non-project Delta levees. We received, and moving to now comments concerning the D-list methodology, we received comments that certain types of assets, asset classes, or certain population centers should be ranked as a higher priority. We received comments that the Delta is an interconnected system and that the D-list priorities do not reflect that interconnected nature of the Delta. Our response is that the Council developed D-list based on a comprehensive methodology that quantifies risk by considering threats to Delta levees and the assets that are protected by those levees. The D-list also considers multiple beneficiaries of Delta levy investments. We received comments that the D-list priorities do not differentiate between large urban population centers on the periphery of the Delta and the largely agricultural islands and tracts in the Delta primary zone. There are different funding programs addressing each of these needs, and they should be prioritized separately. Our response: given increasingly limited financial resources to support levy investments at the federal, the state, and the local level, the D-list priorities are intended to identify the most efficient use of those resources by identifying the most urgent risks and evaluating the benefits and trade-offs of risk reduction alternatives relative to state interests. We received comments again that the first priority should be achieving a consistent levy standard throughout the Delta, such as Bulletin 19282, before targeting specific islands and tracts for investment. Our response is that the D-list priorities are not, again, directed toward achieving a specific levy standard or design geometry. The priorities instead are based on risk to define state interests, and the D-list directs funding to islands and tracts with the greatest existing risk. In this way, one common prioritization can be applied across programs and across urban and rural environments, regardless of funding program. This creates a more level playing field for state interests, while strategically targeting the areas with greatest risk for state investment. Some commenters also expressed concern that the proposed regulatory definitions of levy operations and maintenance and levy improvement would not support the existing Delta Levy Subventions Program. Our response: the Delta Levy Subventions Program currently provides about $12 million per year to support Delta levy activities. While the Subventions Program funds a variety of different activities, its first priority is operations and maintenance. The proposed regulation identifies operations and maintenance activities as a system-wide priority. The proposed regulation would require DWR to report on discretionary operations and maintenance activities funded by the Subventions Program, but it would not impact a maintaining agency's ability to apply for or receive funding for activities through the Subventions Program. We received a comment that our proposed definitions in Section 5001 could modify the Subventions Program as it currently exists and may limit funding opportunities for all districts to perform necessary maintenance and rehabilitation of their systems. The Subventions Program already has priorities and an established structure to balance funding universally throughout the Delta. Our response: as noted by DWR during the November 17, 2022 public hearing on the proposed regulation in comment 16.15, the definitions included in the proposed regulation are aligned with and would not change the Subventions Program or the funding guidelines adopted by the Flood Board. We received comments concerning our economic analysis and stating that the analysis does not adequately address the economic impacts anticipated by commenters, including but not limited to the system-wide cost of levee failure on statewide water supply reliability. Our response: the D-list prioritization and its economic analysis consider a range of cost and benefit factors, including water supply, public and private property, fatalities, recreation, and the ecosystem. It was not possible to monetize potential system-wide water supply reliability benefits or costs because it is not possible to quantify, for example, the amount of water that would be disrupted, the duration of the disruption, and the effect on different users without speculating. We received comments that the D-list priority system would impose a rigid mandate for how levy funding is distributed and could result in defunding certain islands. Our response: the proposed regulation does not set a rigid priority system that would defund levy investments to specific islands or tracts. Rather, it sets investment priorities, a bit of an order of operations, for available improvement funding. D-list does not affect the total amount of funding available from any program. DWR may vary from the D-list funding priorities for improvements under certain circumstances, and if so, must report each variation and justify its funding decisions concerning the established D-list priorities. Now moving to a couple of modifications that we made in response to comments on the proposed regulations. We received comments that the phrase "increasing the height of a levee" should be excluded from the proposed definition of levee improvement. Rehabilitation should be part of the definition of levee operation and maintenance because levees are known to settle, which requires raising levee crowns or repairing slopes to retain the previous level of flood protection. In response, the council modified the proposed definition of levee improvement in section 5001W to remove increasing the height of a levee as an example of a levee improvement. We also received comments concerning section 5012 and the economic and fiscal assessment that resulted in proposed changes by the council. We received, for example, a comment that requested the proposed regulation include a deadline for DWR's annual report, and we've modified the proposed regulation in section 5012C to include a due date of no later than March 1st of each calendar year for that report. We also received comments that there were footnotes within the economic and fiscal analysis published August 26, 2022 that were missing from the document. In response, we provided the missing footnotes in numerical order, published those on the council's website, and announced and provided that information at the monthly council meeting on December 15th, 2022. Can you back that up one slide, please? No, forward one. Thank you. We also did receive comments expressing support for the proposed regulations, and we'll summarize those comments as expressing support either for aspects of the regulation or for the whole of the regulation. This included an agreement with the goal of prioritizing levee investments, appreciation for the collaborative working relationship between council staff and the flood board, support for how the proposed regulation values operations and maintenance, clarification of the legislative intent and history, and affirmation that it's time to make DLIS a regulation. For our next steps, if the council adopts the proposed regulations before you today, staff will finish preparing the final rulemaking packet for submittal and approval by DOF in the Office of Administrative Law. And depending on the processing time associated with those agencies, the updated regulation would become effective July 1st, 2023 or October 1st, 2023. Prior to summarizing the requested action, staff would like to note that we've made significant and progressive changes to the decision support tool, the island and tract priorities, and the proposed regulatory language in response to stakeholder concerns, while also considering the council's statutory charge under Water Code Section 85306. These recommendations are not directed specifically to any one Delta levy funding program, and the regulatory outcome of DLIS is essentially an annual public reporting from DWR to the council describing state investments in Delta levies. Staff is confident in the scope of this proposal, confident in the information upon which it's based, confident that we're well within our regulatory authority, and confident that we've worked in good faith with stakeholders to address the concerns that we are able to accommodate while still accomplishing the DLIS objectives and meeting our statutory obligations. With that, staff recommends that the council adopt Resolution 2023-01, which would adopt the proposed amendments to Section 5001 and 5012, including Appendix P of Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations, as modified after the November 17th, 2022 public hearing, and would authorize and direct the executive officer or designees to do four things. 1, submit the final statement of reasons in Form 399 to the Department of Finance. 2, finalize and make such non-substantive changes to the revised proposed DLIS rulemaking package and related documents as are necessary to effect the intent of the resolution. 3, upon approval from DOF, submit the rulemaking file, including the revised proposed DLIS rulemaking package to OAL for approval. And 4, to make any non-substantive changes to the rulemaking file requested by the DOF or the OAL to complete the rulemaking process. Thank you for your indulgence and attention today. Look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Jeff. That was a very substantial PowerPoint presentation, and I know there was a lot of effort and time and work that went into it, so I also want to thank Aaron and Eva, very much for all of the volumes, if you will, of information that have been provided to this point. Now we will turn to the members of this council for any questions of staff at this time. And so we will start. And actually, before we start, I just want to make sure, do we have Councilmember Zingali online?
Yes, Madam Chair, I was about to interject.
Okay, thank you so
He
much.
joined
I am here.
shortly.
Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you, Daniel. And please, if you have any questions, let me know, let Beck know. I want to make sure that you are part of this conversation. So are there any questions of staff of the council members? Yes, we will start with Councilmember Diane Burgess.
Thank you. So when we have I appreciate you putting up with the newbies questions. I know you've all been discussing this for, I think you said 50 meetings. Yeah, almost. So why we're doing this is to create more transparency so that we can know what's being invested in. Is that correct?
I would say that's consistent with the direction that we received from the legislature.
And when we look at these islands, very high priority, and other, that doesn't cover all the islands and tracts, correct?
I'm going to ask Aaron to chime in on this.
It's state interest, correct? Are there islands and tracts that are not in these particular categories in the Delta?
I don't believe that there are any levied islands or tracts that are not covered in that list.
Okay.
When we were putting together the methodology, the council staff at the time spent an extensive period of time trying to catalog and understand how many islands are in the Delta, and that's actually not as clear as you might think. But I believe that we have created an exhaustive list of all of the levied islands and tracts.
Okay, my understanding was that there were some that were excluded, and so then as I look at this as a system, it kind of made me uncomfortable. So these categories should be covering everybody in some way or form.
Exactly.
Okay. And okay, I think those were my two kind of questions, and I'm looking forward to listening to the public comments. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Lee.
I have a question. It looks like around page 10 of your slide program, you have a nice map that shows the 3 different priority areas. Is there any correlation to disadvantaged communities, or is this a way for us to help take a look at our equity goals as well?
In response to that question, I may ask AGP if we can do a couple of slide displays. First, if you could emphasize slide 10. Yes, so this is the slide that Councilmember Lee is referring to that identifies the very high priority, and other priority tiers that are assigned to each Delta levy, tract, and island. Then if you could go to slide number 42, which is behind the slides in reserve. Right there, thank you. So in the presentation that we made to the council in August of 2021, one of the things that we considered is taking a look at what the correlation was between the highest D-list tiers and the highest socially vulnerable communities, as was defined in a social vulnerability index that we developed actually for another program for Delta Adapt. Because we had similar questions in the sense of how does the ranking of very high and high Delta Levees investment strategy tier correlate to high and highest social vulnerability? And in doing that, we found that there was essentially very good correlation between very high and high D-list tiers and the highest social vulnerability. So the map on the left is the D-list tiers showing your very high, high, and other. The map on the right is the corresponding social vulnerability index showing highest, high, and moderate social vulnerability. So when we overlaid the two, we found, again, very good correlation between very high and high D-list tier and highest social vulnerability. There were two exceptions to that. One was up in West Sacramento in an area that had just recently experienced tremendous levee investment to improve the protection offered by the levees in that area. The same was not true in Central Stockton, and that's represented by the other highlighted area over to the right. And there is also a highlight on this map in eastern Contra Costa County. That's an area where there is increased social vulnerability, but also almost exclusive correlation with very high. So that area wasn't a concern. There was an island in Central Stockton where we were seeing highest social vulnerability, and it was being ranked as an other D-list priority. As a result, staff made a recommendation to the council in August of 2021 when it last considered the tiers, the proposed tiers for the islands, to elevate that tract from other priority to high priority, which is an action that the council took at that time. So as a result, we're now confident that we've got very good correlation between very high and high D-list tier and the highest level of social vulnerability. That those are occurring in the same places.
Other questions?
Getting to the social vulnerability response to my question, so very, very similar to council member. So
Thank you, Judge.
I'm satisfied.
I don't see any other questions from the council. Nothing from council member Zingali, so I think we
I'm sorry, Virginia, I would
Oh,
like to
wonderful.
thanks.
Yes,
I would
absolutely.
like to give staff just one last chance to very briefly summarize how these proposed regulations move us forward in transparency. I know that's important to all of us, and so I think it would be worth just hearing again how we advance the ball on that front.
Council members Zingali, that will come primarily through the annual report presented by DWR to the council, which will in one place for the first time present a distribution of how levee improvement resources, how levee maintenance resources, how levee operations maintenance, or levee operations resources, essentially how from when they're allocated by the legislature or other parties to the Department of Water Resources, how those monies are distributed and who benefits, who pays, and what the distribution of those benefits and costs are. This is data that one would think would exist in one place. It does not. And so this is essentially for the first time establishing that public, transparent ability for the public to understand how the state invests in levee improvements, operations, and maintenance, and where those investments go. How it can advance our cause in this matter is having that information in that form where we can look across 5 years, 10 years, 15 years of spending and see different trends in order to help advocate for more Delta levy spending. I think one thing we can all agree on is there isn't enough resource. And so being able to document how that resource is received and allocated and what benefits are gained from that allocation puts us, I think, in a better position to advocate for more resource.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very clear and important. And I think for those of us concerned with equity in marginalized communities, this would be helpful on that front too. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to hearing the public comment.
Thank you, Council Members Zingali. Now, prior to considering this action item, we will receive public comment. If you wish to provide comments today in person, we ask that you fill out a blue speaker card and give it to Beck Barger, who is seated at the staff table to my left. And we'll now, oh, she's right there. If you are participating remotely and wish to provide comments, please send an email to engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov or raise your hand in Zoom. We will listen to public comments in the order we receive the completed blue speaker cards. After we hear from everyone who has filled out a speaker card, we will hear from anyone who wishes to provide a comment remotely and from any telecomers or anyone else who wishes to be heard at today's forum. This council, in light of time management, will impose a reasonable time limitation on oral testimony, and we will limit comments to 5 minutes per presenter. Again, in the interest of time, we respectfully request that if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, simply state that fact and add any new information that you would feel is pertinent to the issue. Finally, when you come up to speak, we ask that you please provide to the microphone, please come to the microphone when you are called to speak, and it would be helpful, although not required, to begin by stating your name and identifying the organization you represent, if any. We will now begin receiving public comments, and Beck, would you please call our first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Brian Brock, who's with us today. Okay.
Is this on? Yeah.
It is.
Good morning. I think it's still morning.
I think it is. Good morning, Brian.
My name is Brian Brock. I'm a manager in the Division of Multi-Benefits at DWR. I oversee several programs, 2 of which are both the subventions and the special projects program. And DWR appreciates the opportunity to comment on this proposed regulation today, so thank you. DWR also appreciates our collaborative working group that we have with your staff, as well as members of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. We call it the MOU Working Group. DWR supports this regulation, including the priority and especially the value placed on operations and maintenance. DWR interprets the regulations, definitions of operations and maintenance as consistent with those contained in the Delta Levees Subventions Program. And we also met with DSC, Stewardship Council staff to ensure that this is the correct interpretation, and it is. And they've agreed. DWR is committed to the reporting requirements contained in the proposed regs. And in fact, we're working on our first presentation. I think our last one was in 2019. And here in the next several months, we'll coordinate with your staff to prepare something for those interim dates. COVID definitely had an impact on that. We've also just come out with a new project solicitation package for the Delta Levees program, special projects, where we have included the DLIS activities, the DLIS requirements as part of our ranking process as well. So again, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions of Brian? Or actually, no, we're going to take all the questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick Johnston.
Good morning, Senator. You're always a senator.
That's a long
Doesn't
time
matter
ago.
if you step out of office. You're always a senator.
I'm Patrick Johnston, a resident of Stockton, and also for the first 8 years of the council, I sat where you council members stood, and so participated in many of the early discussions on Delta Levy and how we could better understand that program. And for years and years, decades, really, reclamation districts have been chiefly responsible and done a good job of maintaining the levees as best they can. But for a lot of reasons, state and federal assistance was always needed and is insufficient, to be sure, given the demand and the need and the risk. And so over time, to try and get a handle on that, both the council and the state government has sought to get more information so it could be prioritized. And that's what you're doing here today. And finally, after these years, whether you go back to 2018 or you go to 2013 when the Delta Plan was first adopted, or whether you go to 2010 when the council began, or whether you go all the way back and even further, but certainly to 1992 when the Delta Protection Act, SB 1866 was written. And in that process, Phil Eisenberg, who was the first chair, and I went and met in Antioch and in West Sacramento and in Stockton and throughout the Delta communities to figure out how we could better work together. And so the Delta Protection Commission exists today and succeeds in making that representation. And Supervisor, your participation is most welcome and most key. And of course, updated legislation in 2009 created what we have today. But if you go back to even 1992, 30 years ago, you see a focus on protecting the Delta as a whole and the legacy communities, the agriculture, the habitat, and of course, the growing urban areas, particularly on the fringes. So it's a difficult balance to be sure, and trying to figure that out. One of the charges was to get a handle on what condition the levees are in. And so the engineers and farmers and other residents of the Delta who work those levees know it well. And that relationship with DWR staff over a long period of time has been extraordinarily helpful and important in allocating resources and better protecting the Delta. And so that's what you've heard before, you'll hear again today, and is key. The analogy isn't perfect, but if you think about it, once upon a time, we had the Department of Highways for California that figured out where we would have expenditures to improve the transportation system. And really it was about highways, it wasn't about public transportation. Meanwhile, cities and counties had to figure out their streets and roads and then talk to the Department of Highways because there was interaction. But eventually California came to a transportation planning process. And in a way, that's what we're doing, and that's what you're concluding here today, is a process by which that information that has been culled and sometimes ad hoc and sometimes not reported in one place will be assembled on an annual basis, and you can look at it, and so can the public, and see what our need is and where we ought to best spend our money. And the constant updates that you've already referenced here, where better science and more information means that it's changing and improvements have occurred and less flooding has happened for a variety of reasons, but certainly we see progress. And lastly, I would just say this, that while this is a reporting requirement, as your executive director pointed out, and while it's a presumptive priority list that can be overridden, but has to be described and justified, which I think is a reasonable public process for public monies. In addition to this, there just isn't close to enough money being put in to protect either the communities, the farming, the habitat, the water supply, all of those priorities that you're looking at and are dealing with in the Delta Plan. And so I would say that this document going forward is a good basis for the legislatures of the present and the future, as well as the governor's administrations, to look at what's been done, what improvements have occurred, and why further investments matter and are essential for all those public purposes. It's difficult if you're a legislator faced with a lot of responsibilities, just like being a member of the Board of Supervisors with lots of responsibilities, to say, why will it matter to give necessary or hard to find dollars to one purpose when the need is just overwhelming. But when you can show progress, it matters, and it actually justifies more money, not less. So when the motion comes up, I recommend that I vote.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Next, we have Thomas Zuckerman.
It would be helpful, Madam Chairman. I know it's not consistent with your ground rules here, but if you could hear remotely from Mr. Nomalini Sr., who kind of is the lead spokesman for most of us in the Delta. And I made that request earlier on, and I'd hope you'd be able to adhere to it. And I'd be happy to follow his comments.
Yes, absolutely. Do we have Mr. Nomalini on the line?
We do.
Okay. Mr. Nomalini, can you hear us? Excellent. Yes.
Dante John Nomalini. I'm the manager and co-counsel with the Central Delta Water Agency. And of course, over the years, we've worked very closely with Senator Johnston. We supported the Delta Protection Commission formation, the primary zone restriction, and as a part of that, we all knew that by limiting development in the primary zone, that we would not be able to fund the necessary levee work in the Delta from the local contributions. And a key part of the overall plan to control development in the Delta was that there would be continued funding available for all of those agricultural islands in the Delta. And now we see the regulation as jeopardizing that. And if you can put up your slide that shows the overall priorities on the map, I think we can concentrate on that to help understand our problem. The regulation includes, I have no objection to justifying where expenditures are across the board. I think it's a good idea, but we have some disagreement from time to time with DWRs to where they spend the money. But in the regulation, the strategy is to satisfy the economic needs of the red areas. And until that's fully satisfied, there should be no investment in the green areas. And after that is fully satisfied, then there would be money available, public money available for the blue area. Now, the state plan of flood control contemplates we're going to need $31 billion over the next 10 to 13 years. And to think that there's going to be a trickle down to the green areas and the blue areas, if this general policy that you have in your strategy is applied, is just not going to be the case. And therefore, I question seriously how that type of a broad brush across the board reallocation in terms of support for funding Delta levees is consistent with the co-equal goals that requires protection of water supply, as well as protection and improvement of the unique value, including agriculture in the Delta. And I think what's happening here, you created if you adopt it, you create a prejudice against complying with your own co-equal goals. Now, in terms of the comments by staff, they indicated that there was no clear policy with regard to federal FEMA participation in the event of a disaster. While there is ambiguity in what the application is, it is certainly not good for getting federal assistance in the Delta with a repudiation of the flood hazard mitigation plan that the state submitted in 1983, which lists the various islands and tracts that require the state to meet the Bulletin 19282 criteria. Now, we've heard a lot about 19282 criteria as being within operation and maintenance. But that criteria is not met yet on many of these islands. And just simply having a statement in here that replenishing settlement area on levees is sufficient to stay within the idea of maintenance of levees does not address the need to upgrade the levees to meet the Bulletin 192-82 standard. And I think it's critical, and it's still ambiguous. I listened to the testimony, but I think that should be clarified, that compliance with the hazard mitigation plan of 1983 is fully within the gamut of what can be accomplished within the state levy subvention program. Anyway, I see my time has expired. I have other comments as well, but I could submit those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nomalini.
Okay, well, Thomas Zuckerman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, members of the commission, of the council. My name is Tom Zuckerman. My family has farmed in the Delta for 110 years. I've personally been involved as an advocate on behalf of Delta interests, not just agriculture, but environmental and recreational for 55 years. It's hard to come here and continue to be polite about some of this stuff, because I think there's some very serious damage in the wings here to what we're all been trying to accomplish in the Delta, which is to preserve it, not just for agriculture, but for the vast environmental benefits that it provides, the recreational opportunities, and the residency for many people, particularly people of disadvantaged communities. My words may sound a little harsh to you today, and I apologize for that in advance. But as your staff said, this is the final opportunity for public involvement and discussion of these regulations. What's particularly galling to me personally is the long litany of discussion about all the public input and hearings and so forth that have taken place over the past several years. Granted, there's been hearings. The question is, has there been listening? Has there been listening? Because you're hearing a unanimous viewpoint from the people that the judge would call percipient witnesses, the people who are out there in the hustings, actually taking care of these levees, taking care of the environment, that this is the wrong approach. You can't protect pieces of the thing and expect to protect the Delta itself. That's not the way it works. The levee system operates together. If you begin to abandon pieces of it, ultimately the whole thing will go away. You need only to go out and look at, for instance, on Mandeville Island, the efforts and the money that they've had to put into to protect that portion of the levee that abuts Frank's Tract, where the wind fetch comes across Frank's Tract and pounds those levees with waves 4 and 5 feet tall in windstorms. That's the kind of condition you're going to end up with if you only protect certain pieces in the Delta. We've done a remarkable job in terms of state infrastructure. The Delta levee system is probably the best example of success in the state. If you compare it to, I mean, we had a lot of problems, a lot of floods in the Delta until the levee subventions program came along, the way bill and all that. But over the period of 30 odd years where the program has been available to us, where we've shared the responsibility, where the districts put up the money, if they spend it in ways that are eligible for the program, they get a portion of it reimbursed. Since that has happened for the last 25, 30 years, we have not had a storm-induced levee failure in the Delta itself. Now that's a remarkable history. You can't say the same about the state highways. You can't say the same about the dams of the State Water Project. You can't say the same thing about the aqueducts of the water projects. You can't say the same thing about almost any other infrastructure, not to mention, you know, what we've done with the school systems and healthcare and homelessness and so forth in this state. We've managed with reasonably small, modest expenditures to protect a very significant asset for California as a whole, because it's not just the farming. It protects the water distribution system. It protects the salmon, the smelt, all of the sturgeon, the migratory fishes, millions of migratory waterfowl that depend upon the Delta annually when they come through. You can't just protect the pieces. This has been accomplished through a tremendous cooperation between the Department of Water Resources, the Flood Board, Department of Fish and Wildlife, all the local reclamation districts, and so forth, operating on a monthly basis through the Delta Levees and Habitat Advisory Committee, which I'm proud to have been an original member of and still serve on today. We meet monthly and we work out these problems as they occur and as they need to be resolved. That's a good system. You don't need to come into this system. I mean, somehow or other, through what I consider to be tortured logic, you've managed to take the simple meaning of words like recommendation and what's the other one? Promotion, and turn it into the ability to dictate where the money should go. I think that's wrong. I don't think you need to do it. I don't think you should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gilbert Cosio.
Good morning, Chair Madueño and members of the council. My name is Gilbert Cosio. I'm with River Delta Consulting. I've been a consulting engineer in the Delta since 1984, so it's at 39 years. During that time, I've been involved in a lot of processes that were going to save the Delta, put a new plan together and save the Delta. You're just the latest in a long line of the BDACs and the BDOCs and the CalFeds and everything else. We haven't gotten there yet. I just want to make my comments fairly brief because I agree with Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Nomalini, so I don't want to do all on those their points. But one point I wanted to make is that the staff presentation indicated there's a lot of collaboration going on. Well, I think one of the first problems we ran into was that this method, this risk-based analysis, was not the right method to choose. I think the staff reports or the statement of reasons described this expert panel that was put together, and that's where it came out. By the time we started dealing with it, it was a done deal. And I think if we would have sat down with these technical experts, this expert panel, we could have influenced that. We've done that in other processes. I remember a process during CalFed, the seismic sub-team, they were developing levee policy, and we had some world-renowned seismic experts on a team that Chris Nudek, another engineer in the Delta, and I happened to sit in on. Now, granted, these guys, Norm Abramson and Ray Seed, these high-level PhD professor types, talked way over our head for 90% of our discussion. But what was key to that discussion was when they turned to us and said, so here's what's going to go on. What are these levees made out of? We could tell them. And then once we told them, then suddenly the whole thing just kind of was a light bulb going off in their head that they realized, okay, this is how we take all this theory and bring it down to the real world. And that's what we could have done, I think, if we would have worked with your panel of experts. We've seen it change in the past. One time we didn't change it was Dreams. Dreams came out with this estimate that all these levees were going to fail, and 30 levees were going to fail in a big earthquake. Since that time, work that you've done through your science board and work the Metropolitan Waters District's done has proven that that was wrong. We told them, because our geotechnical consultants had looked at it, that toe berms and other things reduce the deformation in these levees, and that the seismicity would be dampened by the foundation, which was determined after the Napa earthquake and presented by our science board in a symposium in 2016, that was true. That Dreams on it might have estimated the earthquake shaking by 4 times what it actually would be. So, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that we tried to provide input, and it's not always as clear as the staff presentation made it, whether our input was taken or not. The last thing I want to mention is the Delta Levee Subventions Program. It has been a great program, and we've worked with minimal funds the entire time. When it was more funds were kicked in 1988 from SB 34, we had $6 million. And that money was coming from a Tidelands Reserve Oil Fund, which ran out, I don't know the politics behind it, but it ran out of money real quick. And so we were strapped. I mean, there were some years where we got very little reimbursement, but we knew the prioritization we put on maintenance, spreading the money out so everybody gets better together was key. And we stood on that. And like Mr. Zuckerman stated, because of that program, no levees have failed due to flood damage since that program really got started wholeheartedly in 1988. So I don't quite agree that with Mr. Brock and the staff report that the subventions are going to go on and not be affected by this. So I would hope that at some point the council will be real explicit that the subventions program is out of the DLIS, because I thought we worked on that a couple of years ago, but never made it into the regulation. But I appreciate if that happened. And then finally, the governor's budget came out in January. It's advertised as $40.6 million for levies. Well, none of that is going to the Delta Levee Subventions Program. It's going to staffing, it's going to one study, and it's going to supplement funding for that solicitation package that Mr. Brock mentioned, and that's it. And the Delta Levees funding runs out after this next fiscal year. On June 30th, 2024, we're done. And so I hope that we can get some money put back into it, but it's been a fantastic program, and it's going to run out of money, and we hope that it's not affected by this DLIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Next, we have Dominic Gooley.
Chairman Madueno, thank you for introducing when you said that it's a possible approval of this thing. I'd like to see that there's a little potential that we have some chance of maybe getting this thing postponed. Brian Brock's comment, the DWR supports it because this kind of makes it easy, but he mentioned the current PSP, that's a project solicitation package, is out. And this priority does affect, and as a person on the ground who will be applying for this, if you're on the Delta highest priority, you get 50 points out of a total of 500. 35 if you're just a high priority, and 0 if you're a low priority. So it will affect the funding. And when you get in these packages, they're very competitive, and I have districts that are very high priority, and low priority, but the low priority ones are already at a disadvantage because they get 0 points in that box. The other thing I noticed in the resolution is that all of this priority is based on LIDAR data. And we learned last month at the Delta Levees Habitat Advisory Committee meeting that Erin stated that she hasn't looked at what's known as our 5-year plans. All these districts have, and the DWR has funded 5-year plans, which show a detailed analysis of our levee, what it's going to take to get to where we want to be. Some islands need to be bigger or better than the PL 8499. So that data wasn't used in establishing these priorities, and I think that's a big mistake because we engineers are the ones that know what our levees need and where it needs to go. So my comments in writing, you know, I'm with Tom. I don't think that there's going to be any change from the staff report. I'm hoping, you know, you've received significant testimony from the actual stewards of the Delta, you know, all of us engineers and Mr. Nomalini, Central Delta Water Agency, South Delta. We're the experts and the stewards of the Delta, and we've given you testimony, and we're telling you that we don't think it's a good idea to set these priorities. And I just request that each council member consider voting no on the proposed rulemaking. And, you know, just give us a little bit of hope that we've provided testimony in our efforts and expertise that has at least been heard and valued. One vote in the negative, to me, would be appreciated. It's doubtful that any of the council members will listen to the public. I'm a very strong voice of the public, and I've always voiced my professional opinion many times in many agencies, including this agency, the State Lands Commission, local flood control agencies in Stockton, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And always, when the vote comes and cast, it's always, as Mr. Johnson says, all those in favor say aye, and all say aye. A relative example is in March 29th in 2019, the Delta Stewardship Council held their meeting in Stockton to determine the consistency with the Delta plan for a flood control project in Stockton, known as the Smith Canal Gate. I provided testimony, as did my whole family, on the project, as it served no purpose. If you search the World Wide Web for my wife's name, Shelley Gooley, and the Smith Canal Gate, you'll see a very passionate testimony on the project, which was to no avail because they all voted aye in favor of the consistency. But that project also shows how this investment strategy will result in wasteful expenditure of funds of the so-called high priority islands. Smith Canal Gate levees are urban levees, and originally the voters were informed it would be 36 million and be completed by 2018. Right now it's estimated to cost over $100 million, and it's doubtful it'll be completed this summer. The state has originally was going to pay 24 million. They've added an additional 31 million into this classic sunken fund project. And they closed the only free boat ramp in Stockton, and it likely will never be closed. To give some perspective of what $100 million would do in the Delta Levees program, if invested with the objectives of the Delta Levees program, to first get to HMP and then get to Bulletin 192, my islands, the East Bay Mud Municipal Aqueduct Islands, Palm Tract, Orwood Tract, Woodward, Jones, and Lower Roberts were given high priority for the expenditure of Proposition 84 and 1E bond funds. And over $70 million was granted, and these islands were all brought from just barely at the HMP standard to substantial compliance with 192.82. And those levees are solid now, and they're solid, as I've stated before. So I think that the investment strategy will result in funds being invested in the wrong places. High priority islands that are already up to FEMA compliance. I think we need to stick to the original flood hazard mitigation plan for the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta, dated September 15th, 1983. Again, thank you for hearing the comments from the experts in the Delta, and please consider voting no on the resolution. Go back to the drawing board, and we'll all be glad to help you establish some guidelines for investments in the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Melinda Terry.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. I'm Melinda Terry, Executive Director of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association, and I do support the prior comments that have been made. We submitted, I think, a couple of letters, and so we've made a lot more comments in there as well. We do agree that the annual report by DWR is a good thing and will provide some transparency. But relating to, I think, kind of what Gilbert said, that sometimes the funding isn't even going towards levies. I believe it was the 2019 report that we found out millions, I want to say 25 million was going to Lookout Slough, which really has more to do with the water supply, biological opinions, and less to do with levies. But that's the cautionary tale that we're frankly very worried about in terms of where those priorities will go. I think, as we've mentioned before, this really lacks flexibility. Even on your own documents at the action item 1 with the big blue box at the bottom of page 5, says that DLIS was designed to be responsive to new data, but improvements to the Delta levies will continue to occur and will necessitate updates to the regulations. It's a really inefficient way to do it. As has been mentioned, the good news is there have been improvements to these levies. It isn't just about maintenance. We do support the 1983 hazard mitigation plan, and that should be the objectives rather than trying to list these islands that then through regulation has to be changed. There has to be a better mechanism through the annual report that DWR is going to be due to have the council be, though, the watchdog, if you will, to make sure. But as we've said, this is a system in terms of the funding and how it's been allocated that actually works. This is not a broken system that needs to be replaced and then have to have regulations try to replace it. When you look at the map that you keep showing of the different priorities, you notice the blue section up at the top, and then there's other blue sections, but that one at the top, that's the Sacramento River alignment. What that means is those levees are all state plan of flood control levees. This is a really serious concern. These are state-owned levees. How can it not be a state priority to invest in those levees to make sure that they are always eligible for that federal repair funding? When you're not, and if you're in active status, you can't even apply for that when they're damaged in these storm events. And even in regular storms, there's always damage that you need to apply. What does that fall to? The state legislature has to appropriate funding for that. We're talking millions and tens of millions of dollars, particularly in very large storms, but every year it does mean millions of dollars. So that seems a really significant state priority that just is not acknowledged here. It boggles my mind of how that cannot be a high priority. I guess timing, we mentioned this in our letter and in our comments in November, and you as council members, you all were asking a lot of really good questions of your staff in terms of, well, what next? And what's going to happen when this hearing came up? What are our options? And as we've stated in our letters, one of those options is we still think there's time within the allotment to step back and to look at that language we submitted, because we want to be able to support this package. That we can't stand here and do that of what's being presented today, but we absolutely think in a timely manner, those experts that have been talked about can help you do that, and we can stand before you and then support it. So we hope, again, that that's something that you will consider. And maybe ask some more of those questions about what your options are at this point, because you're saying yes today is not your only option. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kristen Pringle.
Hello, Chair Mazzarino, members of the council. My name is Kirsten Pringle, and I'm a senior environmental planner with the Delta Protection Commission. First off, we wanted to thank the members of the council and council staff that were able to make it out to the tour of Delta levees. We hope it was really enlightening for you, and we really appreciate you taking the time to actually go out and see how the system works and show that you're willing to continue learning about the system. We think that's really important, and we really appreciate it. Throughout this entire process, you have heard that the DLIS prioritization scheme is going to weaken the strength of the entire Delta levee system. We heard from many of the previous speakers and from Jeff Henderson that there isn't enough funding for Delta levees. I think that's just a fact that we all accept. And that in reality, the low priority tracts and islands in most, if not all years, are not going to receive substantial or enough funding to be able to keep up with critical levee upgrades and maintenance activities. And in doing so, you're essentially creating a weak link in this totally interconnected system. Our primary concern today is that the DLIS prioritization scheme does not reflect the expertise of those that are on the ground day to day working with these delta levees. This is not to discount the work that staff and council consultants have done. There's been substantial work, there's been substantial studies and engineering, and we definitely appreciate that. But we think that should be fact truth, or should be married with the expertise of those and the wisdom of those who actually maintain the delta levees. Sitting in those chairs today are decades of experience about the levees themselves, how the system works, and how the water through the delta moves, and that is clearly being ignored in the current prioritization process as the comments you're hearing today and that you've received throughout that, and we would like to see that better reflected. I did hear that there's tons of meetings. I know there's tons of meetings. The commission has been engaged in some way before my time in this process since its beginning in 2014 and even prior to that when it first started. However, there's a difference between engaging members in the community and then actually collaborating with them. And for me, the difference is if you're actually using and incorporating their input into what you're developing. And I believe that members of the community have been engaged, but they haven't been collaborators to the process. And we would like to see that change moving forward. We also feel like the DLIS prioritization process prioritizes certain state interests over the Delta as a place. A core mission of the Delta Protection Commission is to have a balance between the interests of the Delta and the interests of the state. We do not believe the DLIS prioritization as is creates that balance, and we would like to see a more balanced approach moving forward. I work really close with members of the Delta all the time, and I hear from them over and over again that their interests and their voice is not being heard in state regulations and process and decisions made about the Delta. They don't feel like their interests are being represented, and they don't feel like their voice is being heard. Do not let the DLIS be another example of this. You have members that live in the community, you have members here that farm in the community, that work with community, telling you that there is something wrong with this approach, and I urge you to listen to them. So for this reason, the commission is recommending that you not approve the current rulemaking process, and you continue to work with those that live and farm and work in the Delta to create a more balanced approach that represents Delta interests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Slater.
Thank you. Madam Chair and council members, my name is Tom Slater, and I am currently the chairman of the board of Reclamation District 999, which is at the north end of the North Delta. I'm also a commissioner on the Delta Protection Commission that Kirsten referred to. I'm also on the board of directors for the North Delta Water Agency, and I also chair the board for the Central Valley Flood Control Association. I'm also on the board of directors for the YOLO Subbasin GSA, which takes in a small portion of this legal delta, but it is in effect affected by these regulations. I'm also chairman of the board for the California Association, excuse me, of the wine grape growers. I mention that because there's an inordinate amount of permanent crops in the Delta that will be affected by this as well, in my opinion. I won't go over what Mr. Henderson stated in his PowerPoint. It was very succinct, very accurate in what he describes and how they packaged the comments together. I thought he addressed them well. It doesn't mean I agree with what the responses were. I agree with everybody that spoke today that is against the affirmative in this recommendation. But I want the council to know on a broad basis and to state it on record that 100% of the stakeholders in the Delta disagree with this. 3 large water agencies that cover the entire Delta, North Delta, South Delta, Central Delta, all disagree with the recommendation. All the reclamation districts, of which I chair one of them, disagrees with this regulation or recommendation. Delta Protection Commission disagrees with this recommendation. I think it's incredibly important to know that an affirmative action will go against 100% of the people you're representing. That would be concerning to me. That doesn't mean this is a popularity contest. And Mr. Henderson and staff and others have done a lot of good work, but I agree with the fact that not a collaboration. They listened, but they really didn't take it in. They keep saying best available science. Nothing wrong with that. But how in the world you can have 100% of the stakeholder involvement disagree with this recommendation and feel good about passing it, to me is concerning. And it can be rectified by delaying it. I don't know the proper procedures. I know that can be a little bit difficult, but that is what I think the entire Delta would like to see done. And that is a postponement and continue working to satisfy some of the specific issues that Mr. Zuckman brought up, Mr. Cosio brought up, and others. Mr. Nomalini, this really shouldn't go forward. And I hope the council understands the severity of going against literally every single stakeholder in the Delta. So I appreciate, Madam Chair, the time and council members for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Emily Papalardo.
Hello, Chair Modueño and council members. My name is Emily Papalardo. I grew up in the Delta and I now work for MBK Engineers. They're the consulting engineer for quite a few reclamation districts in the Delta. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, provide comment on this again today. While the response to our comments did include one necessary change, it did not incorporate all the changes requested to stay consistent with existing language in the Water Code or this Delta Levee Subventions Program and Special Projects Program. Actually, language in section 5012A does speak to project levies obtaining PL 8499 eligibility and non-project levies being operated and maintained to protect the Delta's existing physical characteristics. This is what we want too. However, to achieve this directive, these levies need to initially meet a structural standard, as Mr. Nomalini already stated. So I agree with all the other Delta advocates, and I kind of wanted to dig into that a little bit more. Bulletin 18282 would be a foundation for future strategic improvement projects that would support habitat enhancement and climate and seismic resiliency. Most importantly, though, it would achieve the objective of protecting the Delta's physical characteristics. Bringing the levees up to a defensible engineering standard should be the first priority in this levee investment strategy. As currently proposed, funding will go to the very high, and I think we've already kind of gone over that the high and other districts may not see funding, as we've already, spoken to. The Delta Levee Subventions Program and Special Projects Program have operated on very limited budgets. And so we've often had very limited money to work with. And as we look to the future, it could be very possible that no funding will go to these other districts that would desperately need it. So again, you have to get them to a point where they can do the operations and maintenance. That is a goal of this investment strategy, but currently not every district in the Delta is there. But achieving this Bulletin 182 standard comes at no small cost. Based on previous 5-year plans, to get to the Delta levees to this standard, it's estimated to cost about $3 million per levee mile, or about $1.5 billion total. This is why we need you, the Delta Stewardship Council, to be the advocate for substantial investment in the Delta levy system. That should be our primary goal, and this Delta levy investment strategy must champion that. We invite you to revisit this strategy to ensure the structural deficiencies throughout the Delta levy system are addressed and an engineered standard is obtained first. We welcome a working relationship with the council to determine how we together can achieve this goal. The Delta levy system already does so much in the way of co-equal goals, but it has incredible potential to do much more. I'm excited about these opportunities, and I enjoyed meeting some of you on the Delta tour and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alf Brandt.
Good morning, I think. And thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alf Brandt. I am counsel to the Speaker, Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon. I also am the last last legislative staffer who participated in writing the Delta Reform Act in 2009 in the legislature. So I'm the last one standing. And I'm here to talk a little bit and affirm what the response to comments are, what your proposal is to adopt, and really encourage you to do it. And two words are the key here that we've heard today, mostly from staff, and that is state interests. Because we gave you the responsibility to set priorities for state interests for all the projects and all the programs, including subventions program, right? That we gave you that authority, that responsibility, because it was difficult for us. We do not have the time and the resources to do what you've done the last 12 years to try and really buckle down and listen. And yes, you're listening. And just because you don't accept what the other side is saying or what one side is saying, doesn't mean you're not listening. And we experienced the same kind of thing in 2009, where if we didn't do what the folks in the Delta wanted to be done, then we weren't listening. And even though we had them, and at the front of every hearing, in front of every single hearing, we had Delta interests speak to us. But we chose another way. And let me emphasize that choice. We knew about the 1983 decision from the feds. Again, state interests. We knew about the statutes and the ways that it was set up, the Delta Subventions Program, the Special Projects Program. We knew about all that when the legislature adopted. We knew about CalFed as well, knew it very well. Actually, I was the federal lawyer for CalFed. I was the federal agency coordinator. I wrote or edited most of the 2000 record of decision for the CalFed Bay Delta program. I know that we made a choice at that point to say, we want to get everybody up to PL 8499, I think. We wanted to get all the levies up to that. But you know what? When the state came back 9 years later and made a decision, we made a decision about we need to take care of state funding. We're never going to have enough. You know, the proposals at that point from InDelta was, let's create Fortress Delta and spend $800 million, which was a lot of money at that point, it still is. But we chose not to do that. We made the choice to say, we're not going to have enough money. So let's set priorities for how we do this. And that's what you've done. But you did it because you went through all that process. You went through a lot of hearings. You talked to engineers. You talked to all those people. You're making choices. You're doing what we need you to do, is set priorities. And yeah, you're right. Not all islands are going to get funding. There are going to be a number. But remember, one of the things that's in the Delta Reform Act is not all islands are state islands, are state responsibility. Many of the islands are not. They're private. Their property ownership of land in that island is dependent on them taking care of the property, them taking care of the levies. It's their responsibility, not the state. So I distinguish the Delta system and Delta levies from some of the comparisons to, state highways, we're not responsible for state levies, and we do not want that. In fact, that was part of the reason we did this. We do not want responsibilities. We do not taking up the responsibilities for all Delta levies. We wanted the state to say, this is what we can do, And these are the priorities. This is what are the state's interests. The state's interests, not the federal interests, not just in Delta interests. Yes, we're interested in in Delta, but we need to pay attention to what the state's interests, because all taxpayers down in San Diego, up in Eureka, are paying taxes to support Delta levies. So what are the state's interests? What are the interests of people in Eureka? What are the interests in San Diego? That's the important part. And that's why I want to applaud you and say thank you for going through this 12-year process to get to this point. It's made the difference. And that's why I think I would encourage you to vote yes on this one.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to public commenters through our Engage email. First, I think we have Brett Baker.
Hi, Brett, are you on?
I am now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I would just like to start out with a bit of an anticipatory apology, although I do not anticipate saying anything my mother wouldn't approve of. I'm here today to encourage you to suspend, halt, or vote no on the adoption of this rulemaking process. I know that might be a bit of a foregone conclusion, but I just wanted to address that in my comments, that today I'm a little disappointed. I haven't had the experience nor the luxury to have decades of observing a working bureaucracy and a working system that has enhanced and preserved the Delta. To me, this is a sad moment because we really got off on the wrong foot. I think even today, the presentations, I disagree that lip service to say that this was an open process, it angers me in a sense. And no, Alf, it's not just that we didn't get what we wanted or that people didn't agree with what we had to say. It's that we were intentionally shut out. And I think your staff has drawn a hard line and walked down a path to build a legally defensible policy here, and we'll see if that's true or not, and if that stands. But I've struggled myself in assuming that this would be adopted, and tried to put myself in an outsider's shoes. And I don't have that luxury, as I was born and raised in the Delta and continue to live here and represent folks in the Delta and folks that live and operate behind these levees. So I have a hard time because and I believe I expressed to you when you came out to visit that our goal as local districts is to stay out of the newspaper. But when we open the newspaper, when we look at the newspaper, when we look at what is going on, what is being said about the Delta and its continued fragility, the threat of sea level rise and earthquakes and things of these nature, from an outsider's perspective, I can't help but scratch my head and wonder, why would we want to place any barriers or create any more hurdles to maintaining and improving those levee systems that, yes, the entire state of California benefits from their existence? The operation of that project, those projects in the South Delta and Tracy benefit from the existence of every levee in the Delta. That was one of the reasons we reclaimed these lands to begin with. The uncontrolled nature of the Delta is something I feel that you all fail to grasp, fail to have a desire to understand, and have displayed that to us repeatedly. So I anticipate that you guys will pass this. You'll congratulate each other. You'll on a job well done. Then you'll move along to your next placement, your next appointment. But we will be continuing to work here. We will be continuing to engage in this process. We're not going anywhere. So I'm saddened. I feel this was a poor display of public policy making. Yes, I encourage you to vote no. I encourage you to suspend and halt this rulemaking process and not adopt the regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brett.
And next we have Dante Nomalini Jr., I believe. Dante, can you unmute yourself?
This is Dante Senior.
Oh, it's Senior. Sorry about that. I don't see.
I want to come back when we get into discussion on a couple other items, but I'm not junior, I'm senior.
Thank you. I see Dan. Gotcha. Dan, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Me? Okay, sorry. I wasn't planning on speaking. My name's Dan Nomalini Jr. I was in court this morning, but I got out. And so I've been listening to this discussion and I couldn't sit here and not speak. So in my view, by the way, I'm an attorney for the Central Delta Water Agency, have been an attorney for about 24 years. I also grew up on Roberts Island in the Delta, which fortunately is a high priority island, which is good because my father and mother live out there and so does my sister. But in my view, there are two ways we can destroy the Delta. And this is one of them. The two ways are an isolated facility. The reason that's going to destroy the Delta is because it's going to remove the state and federal interest in maintaining water quality in the Delta, and also to maintain the levees which protect that water quality. So I believe the isolated facility is going to spell the end of the Delta. The second way I believe we can destroy the Delta is to remove state funding to help all islands improve their levees. You've heard it from everybody. It's mind-boggling how we can have a staff that is really bunkering down, doubling down on this policy that is really detrimental. The effect of the policy and the massive problem with it, with your priority system, is you're going to effectively eliminate state funding to help improve a substantial number of islands in the Delta. And for us that live, work, and maintain these levees, it's unbelievable that of all the agencies out there that would be proposing this kind of elimination of state funding is the Delta Stewardship Council. Your name includes stewardship. You folks are one of our friends that want to protect the Delta, just like the Delta Protection Commission. So I don't know what happened over these last 6 years to get to the point where your staff is just completely doubled down on this approach that others have mentioned is 100% rejected by the people in the Delta. And the people in the Delta aren't objecting for any other reason than that we think this is a mistake and is going to hurt the Delta. That's our only reason for objecting, that this is a bad policy, that we don't understand why your staff thinks this is good, but this is going to hurt the Delta. So I just want to make a pitch. Our only hope at this point is for the council members. And we need a majority of you. I would urge you to please respect the opinions of the Delta interests. Give them that respect. We can come up and clean this up and come up with a strategy that does not harm the Delta, that still provides some funding for all districts, and you can have priorities, but you don't have to eliminate state funding for this substantial number of districts. We can help you to do that. We need you to postpone this so we can be given the opportunity. And I'm hopeful we'll get there. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lawrence Abbott.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Oops. Sorry, Lawrence, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I was unmuted and unmuted and back to unmuted. So my name is Lawrence. I'm one of the founders of one of the 5 founders of the city of Lathrop. And I raised my kids in the Delta. And unfortunately, I came into this process a little bit late. So I don't know if I'm asking you to, either reject or accept this, but you'll know based on my comments to make sure that this is all covered in there. It sounds like the state really only has money to do triage. So I think that's what a lot of people are saying, that, if you just focus on making a few levees really great and the rest to fall apart, then the whole levee will fall apart. So I think if if instead you rejected this, maybe that might be a better approach and go with just say we have funding to do triage wherever it's needed to try to maintain the entire delta. And that would have made the whole process a lot easier than years and years of trying to come up with a plan where you don't have the money to do a proper plan. But let me just say that in Lathrop, they're always trying to just, and South Stockton, the whole area, Manteca, they just want to do a quick fix on the levees. They want to raise the levees really high, and they want to, do their developments everywhere. But I have been really discouraged by that aspect of it. And I'm really happy that in your report that raising the height of levees is not considered a levee improvement. That's definitely true, because that just increases chances of catastrophic floods and total levee collapse when, water capacity is exceeded by raised levees. And now what floods, instead of filling gradually the communities where people live now, you get a wall of water that, is catastrophic. So the answer is, Paradise Cut, and that's being looked at right now. But the preliminary plans for changing Paradise Cut into a bypass similar to the YOLO bypass near Sacramento isn't adequate. They're looking at 30% of river volume flowing through Paradise Cut bypass during flood stage as a maximum capacity, whereas YOLO bypass can handle 80% of river capacity. So that's actually exactly what we need. And so the other part of it is that when they built the Delta, when they put levees and people came there to utilize the land, they destroyed at least 97% of all the Delta riparian, and a lot of the levees are kept in a relatively treeless condition. They're kept, where I heard you mention that you're doing rodent control, and that's a part of all this. Well, that all goes back to the original greed that caused that collapse of the ecosystems, not wanting to leave anything for how the Delta was meant to be as an ecosystem and supporting all of the wildlife and living system. And so I hope, this is the part that I said, I don't know if it's a reject or approve. I hope that in any new levee improvements, that you'll make the levees wide enough so that they can be living levees, and that there's room to plant riparian back, the California native riparian that supports all of our wildlife, and then enough of a width to the levees that you don't have to do rodent control. I mean, the endangered brush rabbit is a rodent, and that's the reason why they're in danger. There are just a few little spots of them in isolated little colonies where there's no continuity for them to spread out and move around through their former, grounds. And same thing with the ground squirrel, and those burrowing rodents provided the homes for the burrowing owls, and that's why they're disappearing also, right? So the levees need to be built and rebuilt so that they can be living levees and support wildlife. And I hope that that's all built in. If not, it needs to be. And if it's not, if there's no requirement for living levees to be in levee improvements, then this project does need to be rejected. Because even though I'm glad that you're talking about like jurisdiction, that certain areas aren't part of the state interest or jurisdiction, but that's where other people are saying that the whole Delta ecosystem is one living system, and all it takes is a one catastrophic event in one part of it to tear down a huge part of it, or all of it. Especially with these atmospheric rivers coming, we have to plan differently, and especially we need a huge bypass to handle the volume of water. And then you guys, I'm sure, will be responsible for a lot of those levees. Thank you so much for the time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lawrence.
That concludes our public commenters. Oh, James Crowder just popped up his hand. Hang on one second. Sorry. James, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is James Crowder. I'm an attorney at Soluri, Missouri. We represent the local agencies of the North Delta, which is an organization comprised of local landowners and reclamation districts in the North Delta. Today, we request that the council not adopt this resolution and further consider and address the written concerns and suggestions, as well as many of the concerns you've heard today provided by numerous reclamation districts and local agencies. I'll keep this short because we have submitted several letters throughout this entire process, which provide additional details of our concerns. And a lot of what I hope to cover today has been reiterated by several of the speakers today. So I would like to say that I echo the concerns that have been voiced for those who oppose the adoption of these delist regulations. So first, I want to make clear that I don't think too many people would disagree with providing more transparency for where DWR's funding is used and who benefits. However, I do disagree that this transparency needs to be reliant on a priority system, which will no doubt exclude, or at the very least make less accessible funding for many of the levee segments, islands, and tracts, as many folks before me have discussed. Additionally, these regulations appear to be pretty inefficient because DSC is going to have to come back and continually update them to, kind of reconfigure the prioritizations, and having to come back and redo regulations is obviously not efficient, as we can see from this process. Further, the prioritization appears to limit DWR's flexibility in providing funding, and simply creates another barrier for DWR to provide funding to non-very high priority levies. We believe that the reliance on LiDAR for this prioritization creates an unnecessary rigidity that essentially strips away the on-the-ground experience that all these reclamation districts hold, and they utilize right now for a more flexible approach to levee maintenance and upgrades, and that's essentially being taken away. And as many have said before, this prioritization will undoubtedly create kind of winners and losers, and there will be segments of the levee system that are kind of put to the side, and having weak links in the chain will ultimately undermine the whole system's ability to provide resilience, in the face of sea level rise, and be able to adapt to the shocks of ongoing climate change. And so for these reasons and the reasons that many of the speakers before me have voiced, we request that the council not adopt today's resolution and simply abandon this rulemaking process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, James.
Now I believe that actually concludes our public comment.
Okay, in the interest of my medical necessities, I need to take a 5-minute restroom break. Not that I need a whole 5 minutes, but let me just clarify that. But we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Here we go.
On the record.
You got it, Your Honor. Oh, thank you. Okay.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order. Thank you for indulging us with a 5-minute break that was desperately needed. In consideration of comments received on this agenda item and our discussions today, we have before us a resolution 2023-01 that would adopt the proposed amendments to section 512 and 5001 or 5001 of Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations as modified, and Appendix P, and direct staff to submit the final statement of reasons and Form 399 to the Department of Finance, and finalize and make non-substantive changes to the proposed rulemaking file and related documents as necessary to affect the intent of the resolution, and upon approval from the Department of Finance, submit the rulemaking file, including the proposed rulemaking, to the Office of Administrative Law for approval, and make any non-substantive changes to the rulemaking file necessary to complete the rulemaking process.
Chair Dueño.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
A hand has been raised. Dante Nomalini Sr. Would you like me to allow the public comment?
I just ended the public comment period.
Okay.
I am so sorry.
Okay.
At this time, I would like to ask, well, one, actually, no, I'm going to go back because I would actually like to ask the council if they have any additional comments. But before, I would actually like to read into the record some comments that I have prepared in anticipation before we go into deliberation and a vote.
If we have questions, I'm over here.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. If we have questions, does that come after comments or before comments?
After I make a couple of comments, and then we can ask some additional questions. Thank you, Councilmember Burgess. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard and for a very long time on this project. Obviously, that predates my time on this council, and I would say the majority of those on the council. Actually, even Judge Damrell, I think it predates your time as well on the council. And again, we have heard from the staff that this Delta Levy investment strategy is not something that has been worked on over the last year, but over literally the last 6 years, if I'm understanding correctly, and has encompassed a lot of comments, a lot of responses. We heard today 50 public meetings, council meetings, and again, countless hours of work. The Delta Stewardship Council has been directed by the legislature to reduce risk to people, property, and state interests in the Delta by promoting strategic levy investments. This council has been further directed to recommend priorities for state investments in levy operation, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta. The proposed regulations are an important step forward in carrying out this duty that the legislature has given to us as the council. It is also a substantial step forward towards developing equity and transparency, and that is something that, again, is very important to us, and in particular for me, it's very, very important to look at the equity, investments, and transparency aspects of this Delta Levy investment strategy. As staff has explained, the most vulnerable Delta communities are all encompassed as either high or very high priority categories. These communities should and will benefit from state spending in levy improvements. DLIS will also benefit the public and the Delta broadly through a public report on state spending on Delta levies. Transparency promotes efficiency and accountability in government. The public should know how public money is being spent in the Delta, and I think that's hugely important especially for myself. This information will help to advance the co-equal goals and provide data that will help guide equity and public safety. It will also help foster public trust and improve decision-making with respect to the Delta. For these reasons, I do believe that the revised regulations should be considered and adopted. They are the product of hard work by the staff, sound science, and long and careful engagement with stakeholders over many years. Even if we do not all agree on the language of these regulations, we can all agree that the Delta is a distinct and invaluable natural resource that must be protected for generations to come. I want to express my deep appreciation and thanks to all of our staff, our stakeholders that are here and have contributed so much public comment, to my fellow council members. And the time has come to make our decision and perform our duty. And before I turn it over to the council for further comments and questions, I also want to publicly thank Gil Cosio, Tom Slater, for those of you who took the opportunity to invite us and actually go out and take a look at the levees again just a few weeks ago, and to be able to hear from you. And that's what this is about. This is about being able to engage and to listen and to hear. And I can assure you that I'm here to listen. And again, we don't always have to agree. And I think that that's probably the hardest part of being able to sit on this council. I don't know what has transpired over 6 years in terms of the exchange back and forth, but I want to say that that's why this process has been instrumental, and I think that it needs to continue. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Can we do better? You bet we can. And I also see and recognize that, again, as this council moves this forward, if it chooses to move this forward, that we should not ever think that we can't continue to work together. As I travel throughout the Delta and I meet you out in the Delta and see again the amazing estuary that we have right here in our backyard in the heart of California, why would we want to hurt that? We would never want to hurt the Delta. And I promise you, to all of you that are here, that is my commitment as I serve here as a member of this council, to continue to listen and to broaden our conversations. And again, have that transparency for us to be able to continue to further the advances of protecting this amazing Delta that many of you call home, and that many of us, again, so many of us depend on. 27 million to be exact, from what I was under the impression. And again, I understand and hope that we can take a look at how we can further engage with reclamation districts. And as I see the passion of all of you, and I want to thank the reclamation districts, because you have been our pioneers and have been the stewards and making sure that those levees are working. And we need to work with you. We need to continue to work with you, and not only work, but to advance our advocacy to make sure that we can get additional monies into the system. So again, I want to express my appreciation, and all of those who took the time to come, and those that have participated virtually and by phone. And again, our time now has been basically set up for us to make a decision, but we also have time for questions and maybe some additional thoughts and clarifications for those that need it. So council members, we'll start with Council Member Smith.
Thank you, Chair Majoinio. I'd like to start, if I could, with questions for staff, because among the public comment we received were questions that we've now heard multiple times, and I just want to clarify one more time for the record that the DLIS investment strategy does not impact an agency's ability to apply for or receive funding for activities through subventions.
That is correct.
Great, thank you. And then the modeling that forms the foundation of this strategy. This is not a static model, am I correct? This is a model that can evolve based on climate conditions, weather systems, et cetera.
That is correct.
Great, thank you. I'd like to say, as a now going on 2-year member of this council, but also as someone who was a former school board member and a state legislator, that 6 years of a process is about 6 times the amount of consideration that most really important processes that impact the entire state of California get. And if after 6 years' time, the parties can't come to agreement on every small detail that might be part of an important plan, they may not ever reach that agreement. So it's incumbent on folks like me who are put in these positions of responsibility to then deploy evidence-based public policymaking to do the greatest amount of good with the resources that are provided to us by the public. And I will tell you, as a former school board member and also someone who's been in the state legislature, there will never be enough infrastructure money in the state of California, period. All of us want improvements to our schools, to our roads, to our bridges, and particularly at this time with the climate challenges we face, to our water infrastructure here in California. So the process, as I joined it late, you know, I'm on the tail end here of this process, is something that I feel comfortable with. And to Chair Medueno's point, we have listened, we have read, we read your commentary, we went back to staff, we circled back on things that we thought were particularly pressing to us. But it is my desire to ensure that through this process that provides a triage, a hierarchy of need to protect the state interests, to best use those resources that will be allocated to levy improvement in the state of California, that we are able to start a trend of making the case for greater investment as those resources are available. Because water and the management and the maintenance of the water that is available to us here in California becomes our most urgent public policy crisis right now. One need look no further than our neighbor and the Colorado River to say that we have got to get this right. We've got to get it right now. And the way that we do that starts with evidence-based public policy making and systems that make sense for the use of the resources we have. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we adopt Resolution 2023-01.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. There is a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-01. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Judge Damrell. Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
I had a few questions.
We can entertain those now.
Yeah, but I'm still learning the rhythms of this
that's okay.
committee, so I don't want to, yeah. So
Okay.
is
Yes,
now the time?
Absolutely.
There was a invitation to ask the representative from DWR if we had questions.
Yes,
Is that
and he is still here.
Can I ask you
Yes.
some questions?
Again, my name is Brian Brock. I'm with the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you, Mr.
Love to
Brock.
entertain your question.
So I really appreciated your comments. You talked about, supporting the subvention and special projects, support the value of operations and management. You said this was consistent. You're committed to the reporting. But what I'm hearing is a lot of fear that this exercise and then putting all of these things in, making it official, that it eliminates funding for the subventions program in some ways, or the special projects, or FEMA, or all of these other things. And I hadn't heard really your response to that, since we are giving guidelines and asking for reporting. But what I understand is all of these priorities, all of these things that we're putting out, you can change, you can do what you want and then just have to report back to us. So, we're setting some priorities, but I just wanted to kind of get your response to that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'll take them one at a time. So for the subventions program, the subventions program provides funding reimbursement for operation and maintenance activities and some improvements. There's a prioritization that we have internally, a process for the subventions program that looks at those things and based on available funding provides up to 75% reimbursement to local agencies for first operations and maintenance and then improvement activities as well. So my understanding and which has been confirmed with staff is that those operation and maintenance activities are not subject necessarily to the prioritization of that DLS incurs.
Right.
There are from time to time improvements through the subventions programs, and those may be subject to the D-list prioritization. But as you indicated, the process would be if we don't necessarily, if we fund something that is less than the highest priority, we need to make the argument that of why we did that and bring that to you on an annual basis. The special projects program is a little bit different, where we do have PSPs that come out, I'm going to say every 3 to 5 years based on available funding. And we do incorporate or have incorporated over the last 2 PSPs the D-list prioritization schedule. And it's changed a little bit over the years. But we continue, as someone mentioned, there's 50 points possible out of 550 points. So that is a weighted factor, absolutely. So to the extent that that inhibits a project to be competitive, it may, but ultimately the reclamation districts, they apply for those PSPs. They put in the applications. They do know what their levies, the most critical levies and the most at peril levies, and then they take a look at that. And I also want to respond that the PSPs that we've had coming out are living levy types, and I like that terminology, living levy types of multi-benefit projects. So that's a very important aspect to our PSP as well. It's not just the D-list regulations. It's a number of things, including climate change, but D-list is one.
So I talk about in kind of just real simple terms, the bucket of money for levies. Is there an internal, how much is going to go to the subvention versus the special projects versus the improvements? Is that known to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
We do have a so the subventions program is actually run through the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and we operate that that program on their behalf. We come to the Flood Protection Board annually with a recommendation based upon the applicants and applications that we get annually. So historically, you know, that with inflation, that's gone up and up and up. Last year was $12 million. I anticipate something very similar. There is a finite amount of money, and you know, obviously.
And how much are you turning down?
Through the subventions program, we have been able to fund at a 75% reimbursement. How many
projects are you not able to fund?
Through the subventions program or through the special projects program?
I guess the point is there's just not enough money.
There is not enough money.
And so is this development of the D-list going to impact the ratios of money that are going to go from subvention?
No.
Okay. Let me see what other my question was from you.
But with that being said, somebody else stated, I think it was Gil, that this upcoming year is the last amount of money that we have for the subventions program. I do encourage all of us to work collectively together to try to get additional funds in future years, and hopefully an ongoing funding source.
Do you see these prioritizations impacting other measurements that would, whether it's FEMA, insurance, other types of grant funding? The thing is you never know what you don't know, but do you, in the place that you're at, expect that this could have any impacts?
I'm not intimately familiar with the FEMA process. I know that there has been through the hazard mitigation plan, and that's being looked at right now through Cal OES, but I can't comment on the FEMA process.
Okay. I think that's all my questions I had for you. Did any of my colleagues want to ask any questions before he leaves? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Those were great questions, Councilmember Burgess, and I think that it helped to affirm some of the
Sure.
additional thoughts.
Should I make my comments? Or, okay. Lead me.
Absolutely.
I'm
No,
not trying to.
no, we're going to continue to hear from you, and then I'll pass the baton over to Councilmember Zingali because I can't see him, but to see if he has any additional thoughts or questions before we take the vote.
Great, thank you. Probably being the person in the room that's been involved in this the least, I humbly participate, and I want to thank everybody for helping me learn as much as I can. I want to say that I have been extremely impressed by the Delta Stewardship Council staff, and I believe that they have made a real effort and have really approached this with sincerity and incredible intelligence and expertise. And so I do want to acknowledge everybody for the work that they're doing. I believe that we are authorized to do the work that we're doing and have been asked to do so by the legislation. And I think we really are trying to invent something that, is not easy to do. I think I'm really grateful that we're including equity in this, and that we are improving transparency and giving expectations that we are showing an effort to do the right thing. As I was driving up here, I'm driving on the roads on the Delta, and it's a system. We're all connected. And as I was thinking about this, I was also thinking about the fact that, California has been impacted by fires. And each homeowner has a responsibility to maintain their property. Some of us have more resources than others. Some of us are, have special, access to certain things. But if I do everything right on my property, and my neighbor doesn't, then we're all in danger. And I kind of feel that that's the same thing with the Delta. And I am concerned that that what we're doing, we don't know what the impacts could have. There's a question. We don't know what we don't know. And there's climate change and sea level rise and even migration changes amongst human beings. We've got all of these things happening, fires and atmospheric river situations. And so I can acknowledge that I don't think this is perfect, but I think it's really a great attempt. And I liked the comment, we can't protect pieces. And I was bothered by this whole idea of really only focusing on state interests. And yet that's what this council's for, and I understand that. I would like a really strong statement in what we're doing that emphasizes the subvention and special projects to make sure that what we're hearing from DWR is that they're going to continue to make that the priority. And I know we've made that attempt, but I want to keep an eye on that. As a member of the Delta Protection Commission and as someone who's my role on this council, I will be voting no, but with respect to all the staff and with a commitment to try to make this the best way I can do in the future. So that's where I'll be coming from.
Thank you, Councilmember Burgess. Councilmember Lee.
I just wanted to make one quick comment. I know one of the commenters said that they were concerned that we had built into the regulatory process the ability to reprioritize the list. And I initially thought that that was going to be an issue because it does take a year to go through the regulatory process. And I wasn't sure that was the most efficient way to do this. But I think there's so much interest in the list and the prioritization that it's actually an opportunity for us to kind of review and hold accountable whether or not what we've done is actually working. And so I think that the regulatory process for this is a good idea. And I actually feel like that eliminated my concern that I had about having to go through that process again. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you for that comment.
Madam Chair.
Councilmember Lee, yes.
I have a few
Absolutely.
comments, okay?
Absolutely.
I'm reminded, I've been on this council now for about 13 years, so I've got, I'm almost as old as Pat Johnston, I guess. But in any event, I do remember some of the issues that were developed and argued and debated at the very beginning of this council, at least as far as I know, it was near the beginning of it. And one thing that I think is important is that we should understand that this is a classic case of an intersection of state interest and local interest. And at all times, we have to be above the fray. In other words, we have an obligation, not only to the council and to the folks that live in the Delta, but also in the wider sense to the needs of the state of California. And that has to be paramount in our thinking. And unless we understand that and appreciate that, we're going to get nowhere. Because I think all these issues that are closing in on us have to be looked at not only as a local interest, but as a state interest. I was reminded by Alf Brandt, who was at the very beginning of this, at least it seemed to me at the time, and he would lecture me on this idea that, the state interest is very, very crucial to our deliberations. And that doesn't mean that we can ignore the local or the regional, but it means that we have to take into account our responsibilities as a state agency. And you can ask the folks at the tunnel project. They're gonna face all the same things that we heard today. The same things. Their life is being upset and being changed, and maybe unnecessarily in their minds. But if it's something that we have to do, it's something we have to do, period. And because we are a state agency and represent the state interest as well as the local interest. With that, I'll give you back to the chair.
Thank you, Judge Demrow. I want to again check in with Councilmembers Ngali, if you can hear me. Do you have any questions, comments, or any additional thoughts before we close out?
Thank you, Chair Madueño and Judge Demrow. I feel like you captured so well how difficult a decision like this is, and those two things pulling at us. And I want to say that those two things are pulling at me. I've shared with some of you that my family's history of farming in the Delta goes back 100 years. And that's very personal for me. And my grandfather's stories about the levee that came up to their small farm when it was threatened, he and his sons, my uncles, would go up on the levee with shotguns because they didn't trust the government officials not to come and release water or destroy their levee to protect more powerful interests elsewhere. And I have always taken that to heart, though I've had most of my career in government. And in that career in government, I also take to heart our obligation on a vote like this to the statewide interests. So I just want everyone concerned today to know that I have listened very carefully to every word from staff, the public, and my colleagues on the commission. And it's not an easy decision. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Zengali. Just one more final comment, and it really kind of goes to Councilmember Lee's question or comment, I should say. And in my career, I guess I always take a look at it from a policy perspective, from a government perspective, from a small business perspective. And that is always the question of how much did we do? How well did we do it? And the end question is anybody better off? And I really do believe that this is going to provide us, again, that mechanism to be able to look and see if we are being prudent. Are we being resourceful? Are we being responsible to the needs of the Delta? And identifying, again, those inequities, those inefficiencies. But I think that this hopefully will help to start, if you will, that process for us to be able to deliberate further. Is this over? I'm going to say no, it's not over. I think that this is just the beginning for us. And again, appreciate every one of you, your questions, your comments, your thoughts. But more importantly, I want to thank those of you who took the time to come and to pose the questions and to further engage with us as the council and to give us, again, more reason to, again, hold a system accountable to you, to us, and to the state of California. And with that, Beck, I will ask you to call a roll call vote. We have a motion from Councilmember Smith and a second from Councilmember Damrell.
Councilmember Burgess.
No.
Councilmember Damrell.
Vote.
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Zengali.
Aye.
Chairman Dueño.
Aye. Thank you again to all the participants and to the attendees. This item is now concluded. And given the time, it's exactly 1 o'clock. We will actually break for lunch. If I can ask this council, at some point I thought we had scripted an hour and 20 minutes, but now I'm going to say, can we have a 30-minute lunch to make up a little bit of time? So we will resume the council meeting at 1:30. Again, thank you. It is now 1:32, and I'd like to call the Delta Stewardship Council meeting back to order. We will now move on to item 7. This is a public comment time. This item is for the public to comment on any topic not on the council's agenda. Any comments on items on the agenda will be taken during that time. Beck, are there any members of the public who would like to make a public comment?
There's no public comment, Madam Chair. Oh, was this for the general comment period? I'm so sorry. Please come up.
Yeah, thank you. Dominic Gooley, civil engineer from Stockton, various reclamation districts. I just want to thank the board for considering the levy investment strategy. And as I asked, we had one vote in the negative, and it's much appreciated. As I stated, I've go to many meetings. Anyways, the one thing that I'd like to comment on in the past was when we heard from Alf. He kind of, for me, stated it clearly what the goals and objectives of this. He said that the key thing is the state interests. And I think that this whole board, the Stewardship Council, was established to promote the state interest of the Delta Conveyance project, because the majority of the state, I think 75%, live down in Southern California that would benefit from the tunnel. So that is the state interest, and the levy investment strategy is going to promote that further. And it's unfortunate because now we're probably going to move into, we've done all the administrative remedies that we could try to do to make you guys, sway you to make the correct decision. But fortunately now it's probably going to move into the next step, which is very costly, and it's unfortunate because I've seen it before. It's a matter of a huge state agency with a large amount of taxpayer-funded money paying an army of lawyers to defend this, and it'll be a futile attempt. But anyways, I thank you guys for listening. Unfortunately, I don't think I agree with Mr. Zuckerman. I don't think you're really hearing. I think there's probably some way we could have got around it. The Delta, I've worked on the Delta since 1992. I love it. I worked for Dutra Construction for many years, and I opened my own business in 2022. And it's just an amazing place. As a whole, it's a natural resource. And I think you got to protect it as a whole, and to set priorities. Again, we disagree with that. But I think in the bigger picture, I was looking through some of your literature about all the legislation that's out there. And I think the key with all this climate resiliency and all this rain that we're anticipated to get, I think the key for this state is to capture all this water. I track the reservoirs, and this last storm that we had, we released a lot of water from the reservoirs just to have the capacity there. And I think one of our supervisors in San Joaquin County, Chuck Wynn, always states that this state doesn't have a water problem. What it has is an infrastructure problem. And as an engineer, we drive down the road, we see the world a lot differently. And you look at the problem of water supply and flood control, it can be solved by creating off-site reservoirs big enough to be able to hold it, so that when we have to release water in the reservoirs, we can put it someplace. And there's lots and lots of land. I own property in Copperopolis, and I drive between Farmington and Copperopolis, and there's just millions and millions of acres that we should be making into a floodplain, so that we can, when the people that control the reservoirs need to release the water, rather than releasing it into the Stanislaus River and letting it come down and impacting all the levees in Stockton and Lathrop, Manteca, and in the Delta, we should be able to divert that water, store it, use it to make electricity, recharge the groundwater. But it doesn't seem like people are really looking into that. But I encourage you, even though it's outside of the Delta, the best way to protect the Delta is capture the water when it's available, even if it's once every 10 years. We just need to be able to catch that water, and I assure you, from an engineering standpoint, it can be done, but it takes political will, and I think that's what's missing here in the state of California. So you guys are politicians. Hopefully you can promote that in the future, because that is the best way to provide flood protection and water resiliency. So again, thank you for your time. Ms. Borges, thank you for your vote, and we'll see you again in the future.
Thank you, Dominic. Beck, are there any other public comments?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, we will now move on to item 8, which is the consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, quick pause. Do we know if Councilmember Zingali is back on? To check.
He is.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Medina.
Absolutely. Okay, again, we will move on to the consent calendar, which consists of the adoption of the January 26, 2023 meeting summary and consideration and possible approval of an amendment to a contract with the Regents of the University of California, San Diego, California Sea Grant for the position of Social Scientist Extension Specialist. At this time, I will seek a motion for the approval of the consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Lee and a second by Councilmember Burgess. Are there any public comments on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. If none, we will take a vote.
Councilmember Burgess.
Yes.
Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Zingale.
Yes.
Chair Madueño.
Yes. Motion passes. We will now move on to item 9, the chair's report and council member report. Just a few items, and I don't want to take too much of your time. I know we're running very late, but a couple of things that I wanted to highlight for this council. I was given the distinct opportunity to attend the Tribal Nations Summit Conference that was hosted by the governor's office and the tribal liaison. And I just wanted to share, there was a lot of discussion with regard to tribal nations and, in essence, discussing the governor's executive order of basically trying to make a right for so many wrongs that were committed against the tribal nations in California. And it was an incredible summit. It was just incredibly important for me to hear from some of the tribal leaders, to hear their perspective about California and our natural resources, and to hear again the governor and Secretary Crowfoot publicly apologize to the tribal leaders and those in attendance. It really affirmed for me how important the work that we do in making sure that we do consult with our tribal leaders on all aspects with regard to the Delta and the work that we do around the Delta. And it, again, affirmed for me that we should not just be checking the box. We should absolutely make every attempt to make sure that we are working in close proximity, in close consultation, again, with our tribal leaders in any and all aspects related to the Delta. And so that's my commitment. And I know that Brandon Chapin is not here today, who is our tribal liaison, but I'm hoping that Brandon will come to the next meeting and share, again, some of the updates with regard to our work and what we're hoping to do in the next few months, which I think is super important. Also had the opportunity to attend the Restoration Forum a few weeks ago, and a couple of things that really stuck out for me at that restoration forum. One is that there was only one landowner, one ag leader in that forum. And I think that that's also another big signal for me that we need to do better. We need to do more to make sure that we are engaging with landowners, that we are engaging again with farmers in the Delta, because the restoration work that we need to do, that needs to be done, I think needs to, again, encompass as many people that live, that work, that, again, have land interests, ag interests, and their business and their entire livelihoods are dependent on the Delta. So I would like to see us as the Delta Stewardship Council, again, broaden, if you will, the opportunities for us to engage more with landowners. Also, I want to congratulate Councilmember Julie Lee. I was able to listen in on her subcommittee confirmation. We know that's a go. Brandon's not here to give us an update, but I know it's going to be good. And again, want to congratulate you. I thought you did an excellent job in representing the Delta Stewardship Council. And again, you've been here for, I don't even know, a year, almost a year. And so just again, want to commend you and thank you for your dedication to this council. Also, want to congratulate Brandon. He was able to organize a legislative briefing. Was it last week? Earlier this week? Last week. And it was well attended. I don't recall exactly how many participated in person and virtually, but again, he was accompanied by our executive officer, Jessica, Dr. Larson, and Henry DeBay, and again, our staff. To your point, Councilmember Burgess, yes, we do have an amazing, talented, and very dedicated team, and I thought they did an amazing job of briefing our legislative staff. And I continue with the meet and greets. I just had another 2 yesterday. I met with Assemblymember Bennett, who is from Ventura County, and asked a lot of questions. And we love when we get asked questions because it really shows that they're interested, genuinely interested. And I know that Brandon has also been doing some follow-up with his staff. And then late yesterday afternoon, I had the opportunity to meet with Yolo County Supervisor Jim Provenza, who sends his regards. And again, it's those kinds of opportunities to go out and meet with our local elected officials who have jurisdiction in the Delta, to hear their concerns, to hear their thoughts, but more importantly, to engage, if you will, and to be able to provide that one-on-one dialogue so that we can continue to work collaboratively with our local elected officials. And that's it for me. I'd love to ask any of you if you have any updates or anything you'd like to share with us. Hearing none, we will now move on to item number 10, our executive officer's report. And for that, we have our esteemed executive officer, Ms. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add my congratulations to Julie as well. It was a pleasure to work with you through that process, and we're proud of you. So we have one active covered action to report on. On February 13th, the Department of Water Resources submitted a certification for the McCormick-Williamson Tract Levee Modification and Habitat Restoration Project Phase B. This project was initially submitted to the Council as a certification in 2018, but the department issued a supplemental EIR due to some project changes to this phase. So the project seeks to degrade existing levees surrounding McCormick-Williamson Tract at 3 locations, allowing regular freshwater and tidal inundation to restore habitat within the interior and significant flood protection downstream during large flood events. The project is now undergoing its 30-day review period, which expires on March 15th. And information is available on our website under our Covered Actions tab. I have, well, actually Jorge is going to cover our personnel announcement. So I'm going to hand it to Jorge.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, there we go. So I just wanted to announce to everyone that we have a new attorney that's that's working now for the Delta Stewardship Council, and I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce her. Her name is Jennifer Baldwin. She's with us here today. She is comes to us from the State Treasurer's Office, where she was an attorney there. Before that, she was the board attorney for actually many boards and commissions. So she has a lot of experience. It's going to be very helpful. Before that, she was at the Office of Legislative Counsel for over 9 years. She's got her law degree from UC Davis and has a master's in journalism from Stanford, and has been practicing law for 17 years. We're really excited to have her. We're very lucky to have such a highly qualified attorney joining us. Thank you.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you for that. And unfortunately, Brandon is out sick today, so I'd ask you to refer to the legislative update that's provided in your packet. And now I'm going to move on to item C, which is a discussion of our Council 2023 work plan. And I'm going to have Ryan Stambra and others come to the table in support of this item. We have another busy year ahead as we continue the work of long-term planning in pursuit of our agency's mission, but also having to keep an eye on the near-term needs, projects, and trends in the Delta. This is a dual role for which really we were created. This year's objectives continue our agency's focus on the following: implementing the Delta Plan and its various recommendations and regulations, advancing One Delta, One Science, which is in pursuit of a shared body of science to improve decision-making in the watershed, and enhancing our engagement and outreach. So to those ends, initiatives such as the Delta Adapts Adaptation Strategy and Environmental Justice Issue Paper will be completed this year. And this is while mandated projects such as our 5-year review of the Delta Plan and other initiatives like our 2023 Science Proposal Solicitation Notice will begin in earnest. Of course, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge the potential or perhaps likelihood for certifications of consistency appeals throughout the year. And so we've anticipated to our best extent possible in our work plan for that as well. So I'd like to welcome Chief Deputy Executive Officer Ryan Stambra and other members of our executive team who are going to provide you with a brief presentation of the 2023 proposed council work plan and answer any questions that you may have. Ryan?
And thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, council members. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jeff Henderson to start us off.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, council members. I'm happy to highlight some of the proposed 2023 priorities for our Planning and Performance Division, and many of these are representing a continuation of a 2022 priority, and that we feel really reflects the multi-year nature of our long-range planning activities. We'll begin with DLIS. DLIS is the council's process to implement the Delta Reform Act charge for the council to lead a multi-agency effort to set priorities for state investments in Delta levee system. The council embarked on a rulemaking process that took a big step forward here this morning with your action. If approved under the Administrative Procedures Act, the DLIS regulations would take effect later in 2023. Moving then to the Delta Adapts Adaptation Strategy, we're continuing to develop an adaptation strategy for the Delta, detailing strategies and tools that state, regional, and local governments can use to help communities, infrastructure, and ecosystems thrive in the face of climate change. The adaptation strategy builds upon a climate vulnerability assessment endorsed by the Council in 2021. Throughout 2022, staff initiated preparation of the accompanying adaptation strategy as supported by a stakeholder work group and several topic-specific focus groups, highlighted by an update to the Council this past summer, and we're anticipating completion of the adaptation strategy in late 2023. Moving to rulemaking for the ecosystem amendment, the Council adopted the ecosystem amendment to the Delta Plan in June 2022, and as part of that action directed us to initiate a rulemaking process pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act for the proposed regulations contained in the ecosystem amendment. Staff will initiate work on the ecosystem amendment rulemaking upon conclusion of the DLIS rulemaking process, so essentially starting next week. 5-year review of the Delta Plan. The Delta Reform Act requires the council to review the Delta Plan every 5 years and revise it as the council deems appropriate to do so. Council staff has initiated a 2023 5-year review of the Delta Plan, and for this version, we're using performance measures in the Delta Plan as a framework for the review. The second 5-year review, we completed the first one in 2019, also includes analysis of covered actions and appeals and assessment of the adaptive management plans completed to date. Completion of the 5-year review is anticipated in late 2023. I want to highlight Science for Communities 2.0, as we've dubbed it for this iteration. In October last year, the Planning Division in the Science Program held an event at Big Break Visitor Center in Oakley to focus on collaborations between science and community partners on important Delta issues. Given the positive feedback we've received, staff is now designing a follow-up engagement to be held later this year. With regard to performance measures, as we discussed at your January meeting, the Delta Plan contains performance measures that track plan implementation and outcomes. A mid-year performance report will include finalized data for the 2022 water year, and a year in review report at the end of the year will provide an update on a broader suite of performance measures, including agency actions and programs. And as Jessica mentioned, as an ongoing basis, we continue to work through covered actions and potential appeals. And in 2022, we received 7 certifications of consistency, submitted 13 comment letters on potential covered actions, and tracked the progress of 20 ongoing projects, ranging anywhere from tidal wetland restoration to levee improvement to carbon capture and storage. We anticipate a similar or higher number of certifications of consistency and some potential appeals in 2023 and 2024. We expect to continue early consultation on a number of the projects identified on your active projects list each month, including notably the Delta Conveyance Project, which is anticipated to certify consistency with the Delta Plan in 2024. And you'll also hear about our ongoing environmental justice issue paper in Amanda's report. I'll now turn it over to Amanda and then to Henry.
Thank you, Jeff, and good afternoon, council members. Amanda Bull, Special Assistant for Planning and Science. I'm going to cover both the environmental justice issue paper and DPIC. So I'll start with DPIC. After taking, we paused the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meetings last fall. And so I'm happy and excited to announce that we are planning 2-day-long DPIC meetings for 2024, or rather I should say gatherings. We're kind of rebranding them a little bit. So under Chair Medueno's leadership, we'll be exploring how DPIC can support relationship building, which in turn supports decision-making in the Delta and can lead to a better path forward in helping to resolve some of our biggest issues facing the Delta. Each DPIC gathering will include a site visit and opportunities for dialogue, both formal and informal. The first gathering is scheduled for April 24th and will focus on restoration. And as we're still in the beginning stages of planning this, I do plan to tell you more about this first gathering at the March Council meeting. We are planning a site visit for Dutch Slough. And speaking of restoration, the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, which formed last year, in which we just held the first restoration forum a couple of weeks ago, which Chair Medueno referenced in her report. The Restoration Subcommittee will also be meeting through 2023. We have a couple of meetings planned already. And I'll be sharing more about the subcommittee's work during the March Council meeting, as well as what we learned during the first restoration forum. And now to just update you all on the environmental justice issue paper and kind of what our plans are for 2023. Indeed, we are hoping to kind of wrap up the project and have a final paper completed by the end of 2023. In the meantime, and to help us get there, the internal EJ team is currently focused on drafting the paper itself, which includes historical context, an overview of current EJ issues, and a set of recommendations. We're still drafting and vetting and doing all that, but do hope to have a draft paper to all of you and out for public comment roughly mid-year. And then additionally, the EJ expert group is continuing to meet on a monthly basis, and we are very appreciative of the time and the guidance that they're providing us in this process. So, and now I will hand it over to Henry.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon, council members. So my name is Henry DeBay. I'm the Deputy Executive Officer for Science at the council. So I know it's a little bit hard to see, but I'm going to walk through 6 overarching Delta Science Program priorities for 2023. And just to note that collectively, these priorities help to advance the program's mission of providing best available science to inform water and environmental decision-making in the Delta. And I also do want to acknowledge the 22 staff and fellows in the program who I am presenting on behalf of, and like many of the other items here, who are doing the important work that in turning these priorities into reality. So the first priority is, as Jessica mentioned, a funding call for research, or as we refer to it, a proposal solicitation notice, or PSN for short. This funding opportunity is slated to be announced later this year. And for context, in the last 5 years, we've funded over $40 million of research on different management relevant topics, from research on harmful algal blooms to invasive species to recreational hunting. And all the research we fund must advance the science action agenda, which is a list of collaboratively developed priorities for research. And the bulk of the work in 2023 is going to focus on first developing the PSN and ensuring that it's attractive to experts from different disciplines, including the social sciences, doing outreach on this call, and making resources available to interested applicants. So just to note that the awards from this PSN won't be made until 2024. The next priority encompasses a number of different efforts broadly focused on supporting science-based decision-making. And these include the integrated modeling workshop, which you've heard about from Dr. Laurel Larson at previous meetings. And this event is happening here next week in this building and is focused on fostering transparency, sharing, and integration of models that are used by different agencies to anticipate management actions. In the second quarter, we'll be hosting the Adaptive Management Forum. This is a biannual forum that provides an opportunity for the Delta community to share knowledge and promote collaboration on adaptive management in the Delta. And in the second part of the year, we'll be teaming up with the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis for a social science-focused synthesis working group aimed at analyzing issues at the human-environment interface in the estuary. The next priority focuses on science communication, and the items to highlight here are the 2022 State of Bay Delta Science, or SBDS, which we presented on last month and released this month through the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science Journal. And this year, we'll focus on disseminating the results of the 2022 SBDS, as well as ramping up for the next issue due in 2024, which is going to be focused on extreme weather events. Also on the science communication front, later in the year, we'll officially launch planning for the 2024 Bay Delta Science Conference, which is a large biennial event for sharing and discussing scientific research relevant to the Bay Delta. And this is particularly important, or a particularly important venue for all those who engage with science in one way or another in the estuary, but especially for early career scientists. The Delta Science Tracker is another priority. This online tool aims to improve coordination and collaboration of science activities in a way that is valuable to scientists, managers, and decision makers, and was developed in collaboration with a number of state and federal agencies. And the tracker was presented to the council last December and released earlier this month. Most of this year will center on promoting the use of this tool within the community and beyond. Almost done, I promise. Another priority for 2023 is facilitating independent scientific peer review. So this is a core function that the program provides the state and federal agencies, and it helps to ensure that regulatory processes and instruments are grounded in legitimate and credible science. And in 2023, we'll be facilitating 3 independent reviews for the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation on science pertinent to the State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations and regulation. And then last but not least, the science program will continue to provide staff support to the Delta Independent Science Board, including for advancing their 2023 work plan, which I believe you'll hear more about at next month's council meeting from the Delta ISB Chair, Dr. Lisa Wanger. And with that, I will pass it on to Ryan.
Great. Thank you, Henry. And I will, I'll steer us home for the last couple of items here under our enhanced engagement and outreach theme, and that's theme number 3. The first item I'll touch on is our justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion work, affectionately or shorthand for known as JEDI. As you know, the statutory mission of the council is to implement a legally enforceable long-term management plan that furthers the co-equal goals for the Delta. And from staff's perspective, part of advancing this mission is continuing to explore ways to better integrate JEDI practices within both the council's work as well as within the organizational culture at the council. And to that end, in 2023, staff will develop and implement a charter for its JEDI committee, undergo additional all-staff trainings on related topics, and begin the development of an annual work plan to further support its mission in a manner that promotes equity and equitable outcomes. The next item is filling in here for Brandon on 2 items, actually, is the implementation of the public participation plan and the tribal consultation policy. As the council may recall, this council endorsed a public participation plan in 2020, and the council adopted its tribal consultation policy in 2015. The public participation plan calls for it to be updated after completion of the environmental justice issue paper to incorporate its findings and identified equity best practices. After the environmental justice paper is completed, council staff will begin review and scoping the process for potential updates to the council's public participation plan and tribal consultation policy, including early consultation with California Native tribes. And moving on to policymaker outreach and partnership. This is something that Chair Mardueno alluded to. I think we affectionately call it the roadshow. The council will continue targeted and proactive outreach to federal, state, tribal, and local policymakers and organizations in 2023 with a focus on enhancing awareness of the council's role and identifying partnership opportunities that advance the co-equal goals. This will take the form of briefings on the council and the Delta plan, meet and greets, and other opportunities for spreading awareness on council initiatives. And my last item that I want to note here that I skipped over is under social science integration. You'll hear an update about this work, this really important work, shortly, so I won't dive into too much detail, but one item I do want to highlight for the council's benefit is the release of the Delta Resident Survey that went out in January, led by our social science extension specialist, Dr. Jessica Rudnick. And really, the survey is focusing on the collection and tracking of social data and information about human communities of the Delta, something that I don't believe, to my knowledge, has been done before and is really, I think, a significant step forward. And with staff, there's an expectation that I believe staff will be coming back with a update on those survey results in the summer of 2023. So certainly more to come there. And then maybe in closing, I just want to acknowledge, Henry mentioned it, you know, one of the things that we talk about at the end of this information item, staff report, is the core functions, the work that's done by a number of people that maybe is not going to be obviously reflected in these priorities, but really, you know, it's our budget staff, it's our information technology staff, contracts, personnel, accounting, comms, without whom none of what we're putting forward today as proposed work plan items would be possible. So I just want to shout out them and recognize all the great work that they do. And with that, I think we'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Questions of the council? Looks like Councilmember Lee.
I just have one request. I don't know if any of you were able to sit through the whole 3-hour-long hearing that was my appointment.
I did.
But I was at the very tail end. They did not spend 3 hours on me. But I did get asked questions about equity, and I was able to speak to our environmental justice white paper that's coming out, and also the JEDI program. And a commitment that I made was to track the JEDI program carefully. I have a human resources background, and I'm really happy to work with Jessica and Chairman Dueño and the team in any way that I can be useful. But I'd like to make sure that we get regular updates on that program, if you guys could do that.
Certainly.
Absolutely. Yeah, I heard the question. Yes, and I thought you handled it incredibly well. So again, thank you for that. Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
I was so excited to hear about the Dutch slough, but that's during one of my Board of Supervisor meetings. And I would really love to be able to attend, and I won't be able to go there. So I'm going to just put it on the record that I would love to see it on another date, if possible, because I have a feeling I could bring a lot of people locally too.
That would be great. Thank you. Any other questions? Daniel, want to see if you have any questions?
Thank you. No, Chair.
Okay. Just a couple questions that I have. First, I'll start with Henry. For the priorities, we're hearing a lot about extreme weather and these atmospheric rivers. How do we start to look and quantify? I mean, we were just commenting, during lunch. I mean, it's sunny, and now we're looking at blizzard conditions for tomorrow. So how is this priority going to be elevated, and what is it that we're actually going to be working on in terms of, again, this extreme weather priority, and how do we quantify that?
Those are great questions, and that's why we have a Delta lead scientist. No, so I'll speak programmatically what we're doing to try to address that. But I also welcome Dr. Larson chiming in here. As I mentioned, the next issue of the State of Bay Delta Science, which again is a synthesis of literature, is going to focus on extreme weather events. So it will be a synthesis of what we know in the system about this, and not just the biophysical aspects, but also the governance aspects, because those are important too, and making sure that there is alignment between how the environment is changing and how our management systems work. I think that through venues like the Bay Delta Science Conference, that's another opportunity to spotlight research that's happening on extreme weather and climate change. And so I think that will be another venue for promoting that understanding and those discussions. Climate change and within that, extreme weather is also featured in our 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda. And it's not just one science action, it's really sprinkled throughout. And so by funding, through our funding program, by funding science actions that advance our understanding of that, that's another way that we can get at your question. And I should say, just, in closing, all of this wouldn't be possible without all of the subject matter experts that are part of our broader network. We have internal expertise, but we really rely on the folks that we work with at different agencies in academia and in local areas to pool together this knowledge on how the system is changing.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Henry, and I'll just tag team on him. There's a couple of other things that I wanted to mention. And one is that the science program is supporting the Delta Independent Science Board in developing a seminar series and really a whole review that's focused on decision-making under deep uncertainty. You might wonder what deep uncertainty is. It's uncertainty that is it lies outside of standard statistical probability bars. It can be difficult to quantify. And it's often like the extreme events. And we're thinking about uncertainty in terms of stacking events, like multiple atmospheric rivers received one after another, which should sound familiar. Or we're thinking of the whiplash between different types of extremes, like a drought, and drought that's immediately followed by flood. And so that review is going to survey the tools that are used both here and elsewhere to better incorporate consideration of these extreme conditions into the decision-making process and the adaptive management process. So that's something else exciting that's on the radar. And then the final thing I'll say is that one of our roles in the science program is really to serve as a boundary organization in coordinating other organizations that do science to ensure that there is consensus and best practices around how we consider these extremes in our planning and decision-making processes. And so I've recently been picking the brains of scientists at Scripps to learn about what really the state of the art is in terms of the climate products that are available to modelers in the state of California. And next week, we're having an integrated modeling framework workshop that we hope will collectively advance tools to better incorporate the state of the science when it comes to these extreme events into the decision-making process and the modeling process.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. One more thing, in terms of the science for communities, I'm a big fan, especially when we start taking a look at equity, issues of equity. And having attended the last one, which I thought was incredible, how do we grow the landscape, if you will, to bring in and try to capture more communities of color? And as I take a look at this, there's obviously, it's a large landscape to try to, include everybody, but maybe we can start working on a framework of maybe including, high school students, maybe start including NGOs that are focused on serving underserved communities so that we can start bridging, if you will, some of those divides and those inequities so that we can start bringing up, again, more of the students that maybe aren't directly exposed, right, to STEM and opportunities for them to learn more. And, because I do travel quite a bit on the train and look at all of the communities that surround the Delta and so many disadvantaged communities that are in the Delta, maybe we can start finding, again, that foundation or that platform again, so that we can bring that in. And then Ryan, thank you for that as well with regard to JEDI. And yes, there were some very pointed questions at Councilmember Lee during her hearing. And there's a couple things that come to mind, and absolutely we need to do and should do and want to do more with regard to equity. But it was a tribal leader that said something that really resonated for me. And I guess it was Secretary Crowfoot who started this. And he said, we're on a journey to make progress, right? We're on this journey to make progress. We can't correct the wrongs. There's no way that we can go back and fix or repair what was done back then. But today, we can actually change and shift the paradigm, if you will, in terms of how we go about our business. And so I do want to applaud, the EJ work that's being done and the JEDI initiative. Those are really important. And I think that everybody on this council, so far from what I can tell, it's important to all of us. And so I just want to see us continue to move in that direction, but also with that understanding. And, over lunch, I just made a comment about, how difficult it is to handle some of those issues and things that stem from, systematic racism and whatnot. But again, we can't fix, but we can change, again, the narrative moving forward. And so I just want you to think about that as we move this this item on our agenda. That's all the questions and comments that I have. Again, thank you all, because these are important priorities. These are important initiatives. And I really believe that these are our top priorities. And I do believe that this really sets the movement for this council, for our work, for all of the players. And yes, we do have an amazing team, an amazing staff. And so I see nothing but really great things coming out of this next year, 2023. I'm excited, and I'm so excited to be working with all of you. And I think I share the sentiment with all of these wonderful council members that serve here. So thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Looking ahead to the rest of the meeting, we have our lead scientist report, and the council's social science integration team will provide an overview of staff's work on that topic. And then Dr. Mark Lubell and Tara Posey will present on their work to analyze science governance in the Delta. So that concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions, or we can check for public comment.
No other questions? Beck, is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, we will now move on to item 11, our lead scientist report. And for that, we have Dr. Laura Larson.
Well, good afternoon, and I'm going to have an abbreviated report today in the interest of time. But Beck, if we could bring up the visual, that would be fantastic. Because I am going to kick off this report by spotlighting an article that's written by a Delta Science Program funded investigator, which summarizes a workshop that the science program co-sponsored with the UC Davis Coastal and Marine Science Institute back in January 2020, just before the pandemic hit. And that workshop focused on environmental DNA. And well, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, DNA-based forensics seemed almost like a superpower, and certainly like science fiction. Now, however, it is routine, and advances in genetic technology are infiltrating nearly every discipline and many sectors of daily life. So given this observation, it might not be so surprising that forensic type detection is becoming a tool with many applications in environmental science as well. Just as fragments of skin, fingernails, or hair that we leave behind could be used to link us to a crime scene or to verify that we were present, at least somewhat recently, at a particular location, the cells that organisms shed throughout the environment can be used similarly. So has Nemo gone missing? Move over, Dory. We're bringing in the environmental forensics experts. You can tell I have a toddler. So you might wonder, how do these environmental forensics tools work? And it starts with the collection of a water sample from a location of interest. The shed DNA from organisms, I'm kind of starting in the upper left of this figure, the shed DNA from organisms, also known as environmental DNA or eDNA, is suspended within those collected water samples. And it could be analyzed through two different techniques. In one known as qPCR or quantitative PCR, fragments of DNA that are unique to a particular species are magnified and quantified through a relatively rapid assay. This is a technique that's best suited when researchers are asking questions about whether a particular species, such as the rare Delta smelt or a newly invasive species, is using a habitat, or about whether a particular species in a particular location might be afflicted by a known pathogen. On the other hand, if researchers are just interested in getting an idea of the range of organisms that are using a particular habitat, they could sequence all of the DNA found within the water sample, which is a process that takes much longer but generates a richer set of data. So hopefully from this description, you could get a sense for the power and the potential of this technology. Some of its biggest advantages are its ability to sample the environment in a non-invasive way, as opposed to traditional boat-based sampling where fish are caught and potentially, but still rarely, damaged or killed, which is a less than desirable outcome for critically endangered species. And noting that some species exhibit behaviors that make them less catchable than others, like Nemo, eDNA could be a good way to detect species that are inherently challenging to catch. So eDNA can also be used for general monitoring of environments like shallow shoals and wetlands that sampling boats have a really hard time accessing. So it's a very powerful tool, but the use of eDNA to understand patterns of species abundance and where those species are found is still in its infancy. As you could see from the figure on the right-hand side, and this just shows the type of organisms that we could detect using eDNA, you'll note that there's different line symbols depending on whether an assay is available or whether it's been tested in the San Francisco estuary or whether it's not available at all. So as you can see, there's not yet an assay for each species we might be interested in monitoring in the Delta. And there are very few assays that have been specifically honed for the Bay Delta, which is something that needs to be done before widespread monitoring applications, as eDNA has different decay rates or different patterns of decay in different environments. So the 2020 workshop that this article summarized was designed to synthesize knowledge on the state of the art and explore broader application to meet management goals for the Bay Delta. The authors pointed out that expanding the use of eDNA is consistent with established monitoring protocols that are already being used in the European Union and also in places in the Midwestern US. And I'll note that the ISB also called for greater integration of eDNA into monitoring in their monitoring enterprise report that came out last year. This spotlighted paper also makes a convincing argument for a concerted investment in further eDNA studies for the Bay Delta, which is a call that the science program has taken seriously. And I'll just note that 2 of the projects that we funded in our 2021 PSN focus on expanding eDNA applications in the Delta. And finally, I'll just conclude by saying that this cycle of convening symposia and commissioning written products to synthesize knowledge on emerging scientific techniques, which results in an investment in emergent research priorities, is a really great illustrative example of the Delta Science Program's role in really moving the needle on best available science in the Delta. So any questions about that article spotlight?
Nope.
Okay, well, I will move on, and I'm going to abbreviate the rest of my report, noting that you do have a written report in your packet, but I'll focus my remarks on a few things that aren't in your packet. And one is a report out on the CNRA Science Day, which took place on Monday, February 13th, last week. We, as in the Delta Science Program, participated as a partner in the first inaugural California Council on Science and Technology, or CCST/CNRA Science Day, which was held here in the Natural Resources Building. Wade Crowfoot kicked off the day, along with Amber Mace, who is the CEO of the California Council on Science and Technology. The aim of the Science Day was to bring together departments across the Natural Resources Agency with leaders from academia and federally funded research labs to focus on how we can strengthen science and research partnerships that advance shared goals. And these goals include things such as combating climate change, building resilience, and improving environmental stewardship. It was a great opportunity to hear about existing partnerships between state agencies and external partners and how those collaborations were built. And then another focus was networking to build new relationships with universities or research labs that could help advance science research that's central to agency missions. During the event, Delta Science Program staff helped facilitate breakout sessions and hosted a table at the networking mixer that featured informational products about the council and the science program. And I'll just say that very relevant to that topic of strengthening partnerships across agencies and various academic or research institutions to achieve shared resiliency goals, I'm very happy to re-announce, because I think Henry announced it earlier, that the Delta Science Program will be hosting the Integrated Modeling Framework Workshop next week on February 28th and March 1st, with a theme of One Delta, One Science, One Modeling Framework. As Henry mentioned, the workshop is intended to identify priorities for collective investment in shared modeling resources that could be game changers for our ability to plan for a rapidly changing future and address management needs. And some of these resources could include things like cyber infrastructure, like software and interfaces to support interlinked modeling. It could include human resources like scientific computing specialists or stakeholder engagement specialists, and also best practices for implementing modeling and sharing model results in software. On day one, we're going to have a series of plenaries in which we'll hear visionary talks from agency leaders, including Cisco Werner, who's the Chief Science Advisor for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And then we'll be hearing from Kristen White, who's the Central Valley Project Operations Manager at the Bureau of Reclamation, soon to step into the position of Deputy Regional Director. And then finally, we'll hear from the lead of the Chesapeake Community Modeling Program, who will be telling a very interesting success story of agency academic partnerships there. That morning plenary will then segue into a panel discussion of some of the priority topics, such as planning for salinity management during extended drought and managing endangered Chinook salmon under extreme hydrologic conditions. That would serve as impetuses and focal points for developing these modeling resources. And then on the second day, we'll have more technical focused discussions on the resources and technology that's available to support the development of this collaboratory. And we'll seek consensus on a common set of guiding principles and priorities. Registration is now available. The link was distributed about 2 weeks ago and via the council listserv. It's a free meeting with an in-person component here or a virtual hybrid registration option. So please consider signing up for all or part of the meeting and helping us pass that information along to interested people in your networks. Then the final thing I'll highlight really is that before our next council meeting, the Interagency Ecological Program Workshop will also take place. The dates are scheduled for March 21st through 24th. And the theme for this year's workshop is community, which reflects how the IEP relies on multidisciplinary teams of agencies, academic and non-governmental agencies and other scientists to accomplish its mission. There is information in your packet available on the Adaptive Management Forum coming up in May. I think I'll talk about that next month instead of now. There's some additional information on the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis collaboration that Henry mentioned in his report. So I will refer you to your packet for that as well. And then finally, the by the numbers reporting on the current state of snowpack and hydrology is also in your packet. We're still above average is the bottom line, but not as far above average as we were at the end of January, given that February has been relatively dry. So with that, I'll conclude my report.
Thank you so much, Laurel. I was able to listen in to the first part of the CNRA Science Day, but because I participated virtually, I wasn't able to go into one of the breakout sessions because I had a couple of questions. They were talking about, again, some of the new technologies that they were implementing. They were talking obviously about desal and, that being one of the new technologies that really needs to be further investigated. So I thought that was great, but super glad that the Delta Stewardship Council was brought in as a partner and glad that we're going to be able to be kind of a leader, if you will, as part of this. So super happy that you all had the opportunity to participate. The One Science, One Delta theme, I'm putting that out there with the legislators and the elected officials that I'm meeting with. And, sometimes they have that look, like my dog does, like, really, One Science, One Delta. It's like, yeah, that's really what we should all be striving for. So kudos to you. Any questions of Dr. Larson? If not, okay, we will move on to our next item, and that is item number 12, the Social Science Integration Team presentation. And for that, I believe, Laurel, you're going to make the introduction.
Sure. I'll wait for them to come up. So back in 2019, a social science integration team of external experts, it was a panel of external experts, was convened to investigate the extent to which social science is incorporated into the greater Delta science enterprise and identify areas of opportunity and need. They developed a task force report with 2 main goals and a number of different action items that fell under those goals. And I'm happy to report that the council has been taking that report very seriously, and it included forming so the task force was the body that produced the report, but the report resulted in the formation of a social science integration team of staff, which spans all of the divisions of the council and has been working on implementing recommendations from the report. So I am happy to have Dr. Jessica Rudnick, I'm tongue-tied today, the Sea Grant Extension Specialist housed within the council, Beck Barger, Corey Copeland, and Dr. Chelsea Batavia here before you today to give a report on progress on integrating social science in the Delta.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Laurel. Hi, Council. We will try to be entertaining because we know you've been here for a long time today. So as Laurel mentioned, I'm Jessica Rudnick. Happy to introduce and hand it off to co-presenters from the Social Science Integration Team. Just let's do names and what unit we're affiliated with, just to give a sense of how integrated we truly are at the Council.
Hi, I moved desks. I'm Beck Barger. I'm the manager of public participation.
I am Corey Copeland. I'm a senior environmental scientist in our performance management unit in the planning division.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Chelsea Batavia, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the adaptive management unit of the Delta Science program.
So as you can see, we really have our fingers in a lot of different units and activities that the council is working on, and we're representing a bigger team of staff and students and fellows who have really contributed to all of this work. But we wanted to just illustrate that the social science integration work really touches across all of the activities at the council, and it's an umbrella effort that is stretching across divisions. So you heard about the different work plan goals today, and this is we're elaborating on some of those goals that came through and trying to show you where and how social science can be part of many of those different activities. So,
I apologize to interrupt you, Dr. Rodnick. I just wanted to inform the chair that we missed public comment after the lead scientist report. So perhaps we can check.
There was no public comment. I let it roll because there wasn't.
Thank you. No worries. Just wanted to cross the T's, dot the I's.
Absolutely.
Please excuse the interruption. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping me in check, and thank you for keeping me in check. So let's roll.
Great. Okay, thanks. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're just going to give a little bit of background. Laurel, Dr. Larson stole some of my thunder, but that's okay, of where we're coming from. So that was a great stage set. Thank you. So as we all know, the Delta is a very complicated, messy, social ecological system. And that's a buzzword that's thrown around a lot, but it's also descriptive. There are social pieces of the system, as we all know and see well and play out through many of the issues we work on. And of course, there is a complex ecological aspect of the system. Just high level, there are many different uses. There are competing resource needs. There are 1.5 zillion different actors and entities that have some decision-making authority in the system. That's the messy network. Figure in the middle, those are all different agencies and policy venues having to do with the Bay Delta. And these issues often come in conflict with one another, and that means we have very different social dimensions at play that we don't understand very well. We have a lot of science on the ecological side of the system and a lot less scientific, rigorous approach to understanding those social dynamics. And as the Stewardship Council is tasked with best available science, making decisions about this based on best available science or science-informed decisions, we need to have that social science to be able to inform those decisions. So that's really where this work is coming from, what it's aiming to address. Next slide, please. This just provides a little bit of the sort of institutional memory of how this gap has been emerging over time. There's been increasing attention to the need for more social data collection, more social science approaches throughout the Stewardship Council's work. This has come up in many workshops, many reviews over the past years. So we're working on trying to address that and start building the foundation to being able to do that work. Next slide, please. So what do we actually mean by social science integration? Just as a high-level overview, the social sciences include many different disciplines, all with different theories about how people and social processes work. These come with different tools that we can apply when relevant to different problems. So we may be interested in understanding, say, social phenomenon, like governance processes, and disciplines like political science can help us understand what types of governance structures or designs might be more effective in achieving a coordinated, efficient, proactive, equitable approach to managing drought, for instance. In the case of understanding social processes, we might have questions about how power or equity dimensions play out in decision-making processes, such as, say, a climate adaptation planning approach. And this is where disciplines like political ecology or geography or environmental justice scholars have tools and approaches for how to do this work rigorously that lend us a new view at understanding these elements that play out in all of the work that we do. We need to bring those tools in. Next slide, please. So what are we doing to try to do this integration, to start building the pieces here? At the council, next slide, the social science integration team has developed a multi-phase plan for doing this work that relies on 3 big goals. The first is awareness and capacity building, and this is really building understanding of what the social sciences are, what types of questions should we be looking at. We need to recruit the people and tools with the right expertise to do this work. Largely, this hasn't been a community super involved in the Delta science world. We need to start paying more attention to how these social elements play out in governance and scientific processes, and then begin to develop relationships and foster connections between disciplines and across sectors. That brings us to the goal in the middle. Second goal is around building out those relationships and the knowledge basis to do this work. We are committed to doing this in a co-production or collaboratively production-based process where we try to bring in the people who we're studying, who are interested in better understanding. So whether that's decision makers like yourselves, managers, communities that live in the Delta, we know through science, through social science, that bringing people in to do the science with us builds a more relevant body of scientific knowledge that's trusted. We're committed to integrating diverse forms of knowledge and expertise, and we think we really need to invest in more research in this area, which means data collection, programs that focus on these elements of the system. And then once we have those relationships and knowledge starting to grow, we can integrate and actually implement what we learn. And so that means we can develop more integrated tools and models that look at how social and ecological dimensions interplay. We can understand human behaviors and actually design management and policy approaches that address those behaviors. We can do a better job accounting for equity and make decisions that take into account power and equity dimensions. And we can build learning processes, that's a social process, into our decision making. So that's high level where we're hoping to go, and that's going to take a lot of time. So today we want to just highlight a few snippets, some pilot projects that we've been doing to thread these or sow the seeds of social science. Next slide, please. So in green here are a number of the different activities across the council divisions we've been working on. We're not going to talk about all of these. We're going to give you a little bit more depth on the ones highlighted in yellow, but you should see a lot of familiar words up here. Of course, the Science Action Agenda, which was highlighted earlier today, that features a lot more integrated interdisciplinary research priorities. We've worked on the ecosystem amendment to integrate a social dimension to that. We've started to build a social science community of practice. So this is just a flavor of how we are trying to weave this throughout many different activities across the agency. So I'm going to turn it over now to Beck to highlight our first project in more depth, the Advancing Interdisciplinary Research Symposium.
Thanks, Jess. Can I get the next slide? And the next. Okay, great. All right, so to work toward our first and second goal of building awareness and capacity to conduct social science and relationships to do interdisciplinary work, I'm going to highlight the AIR workshop, which targeted the scientific community specifically. So first, why should we do more interdisciplinary science? Well, contrary to the understanding of many, social science is not outreach and education. It's or simply providing more information to encourage change. If you had the pleasure of hearing Dr. Edie McDonald's presentation from the training, she references this quandary by explaining that through years of psychological research, we've learned that those with the most knowledge can actually take the least action. And this is called learned helplessness. And those with the highest environmental attitudes can actually do the most damage. And that's called optimism bias. So on that thread, psychological diversity is necessary for a healthy community. And social science isn't about changing opinions. It's about understanding and accepting the values of a community. And values can't be changed, but behavior can. And when a project incorporates interdisciplinary approaches, the ability to change behaviors and gain community buy-in increases, which improves the overall success of the project. So we decided that awareness connections were the most needed thing to help more professionals embrace the benefits of interdisciplinary work. So in October of 2022, we hosted the previously mentioned two-part event to advance the understanding and use of interdisciplinary science. The training focused on what social science can offer. The workshop allowed participants to develop mock interdisciplinary proposals while building relationships across disciplines. And interdisciplinary can mean a lot of things, but for the purposes of the training and the workshop, we were emphasizing social and ecological collaboration. So not only did we provide professionals the opportunity to learn about interdisciplinary science, but we also took this opportunity to learn a little bit about them. We ran a few polls, and as you can see out of this pie chart, there were 86 attendees, 64% identified as natural biophysical scientists, 34% identified as interdisciplinary scientists, and 21% identified as social scientists. And for those of you doing quick math, the numbers do add up to 123%, and this is to allot for people to choose multiple categories to best describe their expertise. Next slide. So what is inhibiting interdisciplinary science progress in the Delta? This is another question we asked. The graph contains the hurdles chosen most frequently, and attendees could select multiple barriers. 77% identified a lack of understanding on how to do the work. 49% identified lack of opportunities for collaboration, and 48% identified a lack of funding and incentive. Next slide. And when we asked the corresponding question of what is needed to facilitate more interdisciplinary work in the Delta, the answers were not surprising. There was a strong correlation between the perceived barriers and the perceived solutions. 68% said training, 66% said funding, 57% said collaborative work opportunities. As this work advances, what opportunities would benefit from this approach or need more of it? Attendees from the workshop highlighted collaboration with agricultural communities for regenerative farming, wetland restoration guidelines for ecosystem services, drought scenario planning focused on community impacts, and these were just a few. So as we look forward into the Council's future, we hope to see more interdisciplinary science funded through the PSN, and we hope to provide more training and collaborative opportunities like AIR, as these are clearly needed by the scientific community to better serve our population. And while the AIR event provided a platform to build understanding of social sciences to the scientific community specifically, we'll now explore how social science can facilitate better collaborative community relationships. And I'm going to hand it over to Chelsea Batavia for an insight on bridging knowledge traditions.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Beck. So the AIR workshop promoted dialogue across disciplines in the biophysical and social sciences. Can you hear me if I sit back like? Okay, thank you. The second project I'm going to highlight here seeks to foster understanding and collaboration that bridges different knowledge traditions. At the Council and the Delta Science Program, as well as other state and federal agencies, we tend to rely almost exclusively on Western science at present. But since time immemorial, long before Western settlement, Indigenous peoples have employed different ways of knowing. Sometimes the knowledge systems of Indigenous peoples are referred to as traditional knowledge or traditional ecological knowledge. Traditional knowledge is a term of Western academic origins that generally refers to the place-based knowledge of Indigenous peoples. Traditional knowledge is characterized variably, but many definitions emphasize its holistic qualities. For example, on the left of the slide here is a figure in which the author Nicholas Howd depicts what he calls the 6 phases of traditional ecological knowledge, which incorporate factual observations, localized resource management systems, knowledge of past and current land use and occupancy, ethical beliefs and values, often emphasizing respect and reciprocity, and culture and identity, all of them unified within an overarching cosmology, or what we might also call a worldview. Indigenous peoples and their traditional knowledge have supported diverse, flourishing communities of human and non-human beings and holistic approaches to landscape stewardship across time and ecological contexts. On the right, for example, on the slide, is a map produced by Dr. Don Hankins at CSU Chico, depicting the ancestral homelands and what he explains as the storyscape, or to quote, the sacred geography of creation landscape in the Delta watershed region. Please note that this map is specific to the Plains Valley Miwok and shown as one example of the many Native American peoples who historically inhabited and currently inhabit the landscape. Others include the Bay Miwok, Coast Miwok, Nisana Maidu, Ohlone, Atwin, Pomo, Wapo, Wintun, and Yokuts peoples. Native American peoples were brutally displaced from their homelands by Western colonial settlers in the Delta, across California and around the world, and obstructed from using their traditional knowledge. Native American tribes have resisted and combated these legacies of colonial settlement by preserving, adapting, and revitalizing their traditional knowledges. Increasingly, with direction from the Governor's Office and the California Natural Resources Agency, state agencies are seeking ways to support tribes in these efforts. One of the ways the Delta Science Program is contributing to inform these initiatives is by conducting an assessment of inroads for traditional knowledge in Delta science and decision-making. Next slide, please. For the assessment, we're tracking recent, current, and planned activities within DPIC agencies that serve as inroads for Native American tribes to use their traditional knowledge in the Delta watershed, including tribes' uses of their traditional knowledge to inform and influence Delta governance. The assessment has multiple components, including a staff-led group literature review of 90 scholarly publications, summarized systematically in an annotated bibliography that will be synthesized for various audiences, an assessment of DPIC agency activities using web-based research and qualitative analysis of publicly available documents, supplemented by interviews with agency staff and managers. And the project also seeks to build upon and strengthen collaborations with regional tribes by representing their perspectives about what agencies are doing well and how agencies can improve to better support and facilitate tribes' use of their traditional knowledge in the Delta watershed. We'll catalog, synthesize, and evaluate what we learn and report, and other communication products to be determined. The assessment advances social science integration goals around engagement and co-production, building understanding of the institutional structures and processes that enable or inhibit the expression of different cultures and knowledge systems in the Delta watershed. We hope this work will ultimately promote equity and enhance inclusiveness in spaces that are currently dominated by Western science. Now I'm going to hand it to my colleague Corey, who will highlight our third project, which is designed with similar goals in mind to elevate community voices and needs in Delta science.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to talk about science for communities, which we've already had a little opportunity to talk about at the council meeting. I think it really fits into our second goal. And yeah, I saw that, Diane, we picked the picture with you. One of the big goals of Science for Communities is to start to build, to bring scientists and community organizations together to build trust, to grow networks, to help scientists make their work be more relevant to the communities that their science is studying. We held it on October 6th, 2022 at the Big Break Regional Shoreline in Oakley, California. That's in Supervisor Bridges' neck of the woods. Really lovely place. I recommend people go check it out. At the meeting, we had about half a dozen community-based organizations and 13 scientists from various academic and state agencies presenting together collaboratively on a number of ways that they were advancing things related to critical issues in the Delta, including things like HABs, homelessness, water quality issues, disability community issues. And so the goal of the event was to kind of really bring together and make those connections. We're really excited, as you heard today, to announce that we're officially getting Science for Communities 2.0 going. So I'm hoping to continue this work over the next year. In the background, before the event, we usually work with these groups over the course of a year to advance their project. And so very, very soon, we're going to be starting to ramp up that work to make the next one bigger and better. We're hoping it's like a Empire Strikes Back situation where it's better than the first one. Next slide, please. The other kind of major initiative I want to talk about is Delta Adapts, which is I believe, the largest multidisciplinary project in council history. This is also one of the largest outreach projects that we've ever done. So we're trying to bring in communities as well as the best available social science to really advance how we think about climate change and how we're going to adapt. And so I want to talk about some of the ways that integration looks like. And I think I thought maybe Virginia had like bugged my cubicle the way you were bringing up the stuff I'm talking about. So one example I want to talk about is how this is what's close to me is how we've thought about flooding. So, we've literally simulated 1 million or more than 1 million, multiple million atmospheric rivers and connected them to sea level rise scenarios, as well as connecting them to tidal conditions to figure out what flooding will look like. So that's kind of the physical science aspect of it, but we wanted to really connect it to social science and think about what those impacts look like for communities. And so we did a number of things. One was we developed a social vulnerability index. We worked with a number of community organizations to get feedback as we developed this. So we have a vulnerability index that contains things that were recommended to us from communities and from available science. So that includes like what percentage of people in an area are disabled, what percentage of people are in poverty, percentage elderly, factors like that. So we can understand if flooding affects a community, is that community socially vulnerable? We also wanted to understand the scope of what impacts from flooding could look like. So we did an economic impact assessment. We did 2 types of economic impact assessments. One looked at just the value of the assets that are being flooded, and another looked at economic flow connecting to a model called IMPLAN. So we can think about what jobs are being lost, how much money being generated from the community goes away if some of these things become flooded. I'm talking a lot about flooding, but we did similar things for water supply. We did this as well for how we're thinking about agriculture. And so that was in the first phase. And I think the second phase, we're taking it even further with adaptation. And we've done more outreach on adaptation even than we did on the vulnerability assessment. We're doing more economic analysis to really connect, get a full understanding of benefit cost ratios for some of the adaptation work we're doing. We have more metrics than ever. Many of these are social, and we're doing lots and lots of outreach. So in sum, we think this is probably the largest multidisciplinary project that connects natural and social work in our agency history, and we're really excited to highlight it as a way that social science integration is happening at the Delta Stewardship Council. And I'll pass it back to Dr. Rudnick.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, and to take us home, last highlight will be the Delta Resident Survey, which I am very thrilled to announce has gone out in the field. So this was highlighted at the December council meeting as well, when Dr. Larson gave a brief overview. But the idea of the Delta Resident Survey is really targeting that goal 2 and goal 3, build our knowledge basis of what people living in the Delta think about Delta issues, how they connect to the region, or what we call their sense of place, and what lived experiences look like around climate change impacts. We really don't have any of this data. We have a ton of ecological monitoring. We have very, very little social monitoring. And this survey is piloting a potential approach that the council could take to do more of this in the future. So we designed the survey with a large collaborative team across many of the Delta agencies, many academics that are survey science experts, as well as a number of community groups that said, here's what we want to know from our own communities. Can you include something like that? We're working with Sacramento State, their Institute for Social Research, to field the survey. And at the end of January, we successfully sent out 80,000 invitations to participate. The goal is to get a demographically and geographically representative sample so that we have confidence that the data is representative of the broader population at large. That being said, we hope to see about 2% of people respond because we all get a lot of junk mail. So if we get closer to 2,000 responses, we would be thrilled. But right now we're having data come in, and we're excited to share those responses with you all later this year. Next slide, please. With that, I'll just wrap up and say we hope this was illustrative of how we're working on different dimensions across different scales to integrate social science and work towards a more holistic social ecological approach to studying and managing the Delta. We're happy to take questions on any of the projects that we highlighted. You saw many of these efforts highlighted in the council work plan in the last presentation, so I won't go in any depth here, but just to say we're excited to keep moving on all of these efforts, as well as some of the others that we think have big potential for social science to play a role. So thank you very much. We're also going to have an excellent research presentation up next that's very illustrative of what funded social science research in the Delta looks like. So I want to just make that bridge clear. So thanks all.
Thank you so much for that excellent presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
I'm trying to get this meeting, I'm trying not to make it go long, but I'm really just so encouraged by this presentation. As someone that worked on the ground with people, trying to engage them in ways to support restoration, to change behaviors and how they interacted, to encourage people to think about the sciences as a career. I think what you're doing is really exciting. One of my concerns is that people may not trust who's doing the survey. And so I want to just recognize that there may be a time where we might want to measure that. So, because let's make it even more complicated, right? But I do think that there's so much value, and it used to be, I was a social science major, just putting that out there. And it used to be that, we weren't as, important or smart or whatever as the real scientists. I think that we have one science, one Delta. We all need to be on the same page as far as data goes. We all have to look at it and say, yes, that's correct. And so in order for us to do it, we have to acknowledge the various perspectives, cultures, understanding, and then helping people want to understand. So what you're doing is so valuable, and thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? And I'll ask Daniel if you have any questions, comments, let me know. And in the meantime, just a couple of things. I can't say enough great things about this incredible work. Totally echo Councilmember Burgess's comments. And to her point with regard to trust, are people going to trust the survey and who it's coming out from? What is the plan with the resident survey to get it out into the media, if you will, and not just the regular traditional media, but social media, ethnic media, to be able to have either all of you collectively or one of you go out and talk about the importance of the survey, why it's needed, why it's necessary, what we're hoping to gain out of it, so that we can actually maybe have you featured maybe on KCRA 3. And again, the more exposure that we have and the understanding of why this is important and the great work that's being put into this, people will be more receptive. Just a thought. Yeah, but again, if we could include, obviously, all forms of media to be incorporated. That was just putting that out there, not even a question, but just putting that out there. And if we can get 1-2%, that's actually kind of the norm. I'm hoping that we get that, because that would obviously be, imagine 2,000 responses would be incredible. But if we can do more, that would even be the icing on the cake. Hearing no more comments, again, thank you. Excellent presentation. Really appreciate your dedication and time. I think this is going to yield a tremendous reward for the work moving forward. So thank you again.
Thanks, Chair Madueño. We did try to hit local newspapers. That was our local media ploy.
Chair?
Yes.
Public comment.
Yes. Oh, I have it circled. You guys beat me to the punch.
I was going to run back to the other desk for that.
Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair, there's no public comment.
Okay, I have it circled. Okay, just circled.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 13, the Science Government Survey Overview with Mark LaBelle. And for that, we have Dr. Larson, who will make that introduction. Sorry.
Just introduction. Sadly, not the presentation. Well, actually, not so sadly. Anyway, it is my great delight to introduce the two speakers for this agenda item, one of whom I've heard is going to be Zooming in virtually because he has a cold, but the other of whom is here before you today. So for this item, I'm going to introduce Dr. Mark LaBelle, who's on Zoom. He's a professor of the Department of Environmental Science and Policy at UC Davis and the director for the Center of Environmental Policy and Behavior. And then in front of you is Tara Pazzi, who works with Mark and is a mixed methods social scientist focused on climate change adaptation, decision-making, and collaboration networks. So I'm happy to turn the floor over to these Delta Science Program funded investigators to tell us about some of the exciting and meaningful work that they're doing that's quite responsive to the presentation that you just heard.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I connected, visible, audible, and everything?
Dr. Mark LaBelle, you are audible and you are ready for takeoff.
Thank you very much. I am so sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I came down with a cold this afternoon, and well, actually it was on Monday, and I just did not, given the complications of viruses these days, I did not want to put anybody else at risk. So I am here to give you this virtual presentation on the governance of science in the Delta, some work that we've had ongoing for several years now. So next slide, please. So everybody in this room and probably almost everybody listening would agree that it's very important to think about how to connect science to policy, different types of knowledge to inform policy. And in the Delta, that's done in the context of what has been termed the Delta Science Enterprise. And the Delta Science Program is the core organization of the Delta Science Enterprise, which is the collection of science programs and activities that exist to serve managers and stakeholders in a regional system. The elements of an enterprise range from in-house programs within single agencies or other organizations to large-scale collaborative science programs funded by governments to academic research that may operate independently of management and stakeholder entities. And that network map over there is one of the first maps of a social network that represents the Delta Science Enterprise. That was made by a Delta Science fellow who is also a former student of mine named Mateo Robbins. And in that map, what you see is a number of the collaborative forums, such as DPICT and CAMPT and the IEP program and all the different organizations that participate in it. So that is the complex system of the science enterprise in which scientific knowledge is generated and delivered to the Delta for adaptive management. Next slide, please. And some of you may know this fellow here, Phil Eisenberg, former chair of the Delta Stewardship Council and longtime California water veteran. In response to one of the networks that we wrote about, as a matter of fact, it was the one that Dr. Rudnick had up on her introductory slide, he wrote the following: public policy is almost always a mess. Let's acknowledge the inevitable and figure out how to manage a messy situation. Trying to define a policy problem is hard enough. Trying to find a solution is even harder. Trying to do either in a policy-making structure in which everyone is involved but nobody's in charge is nearly impossible. And that's the sort of system we have to think about in terms of the Delta Science enterprise and how to solve the governance issues involved with that sort of system. Next slide, please. So in that context, we think we've come up on what we think are the 4 core questions about science governance that need to be answered. What aspects of the complex Bay Delta social ecological system should we observe? So I have the cartoon of the blindfolded scientists and the elephant. The elephant is the Delta. The blindfolded scientists are all our different monitoring programs and sciences observing the Delta. You know, what part of the elephant are we going to look at to get a complete picture of the social ecological system there, including some social scientists in there that may or may not be wearing lab coats? How do we integrate all of that knowledge and science? So we have lots of models, lots of data, lots of monitoring programs, lots of individuals. They're all taking a different look at the Delta as a complex social ecological system. How do we integrate all of that? How do we build models, share data in ways that enable us to see the system more holistically? And then once we have that scientific knowledge, how do we link it to adaptive management and decision making in the Delta? So we have the Delta plan and all of the different decision making that's going on, short and long-term planning, regulatory decisions. All that science needs to be linked to that decision making and policy process. How do we do that most effectively? And the last one, how do we sustain the Delta Science enterprise? We have, how do we make sure it gets enough attention, enough funding, enough expertise and people to support it going forward so that it's able to achieve the jobs that we want it to do? Okay, next slide, please. So to study these questions, we've been doing science governance research now for several years. We were involved in the Delta Social Science Task Force. I was involved in some of the panels there. There was a student, I already mentioned, Matthew Robbins, who mapped the network as a Delta Science Fellow and did some interviews. We held a science governance workshop. I'm not sure if anybody listening to this participated in that. We invited a number of different stakeholders to participate and tell us what some of the key issues were with science governance. As part of the Delta Science Needs Assessment, we did a science governance focus group where we asked people to define science governance and some of the challenges, and that little mental model of the science enterprise is what is one product that came out of that. We did a Delta Science stakeholder survey, which Tara will be reporting on in 2021. And many of you may have answered that. Thank you very much if you did receive and answer that, because unlike you know, some of the plants out there who can't say no if you try to observe them, people can say no, and that's what makes social science quite difficult. And then right now we're funded with by the Delta Science program to do some coding of the CSAMP camped interview coding. That several interviews were done for the review of that monitoring program. There's a postdoc named Pam Riddlemeyer who's going around and talking to all of the leaders of the science programs and other involved people, key informants, to get a sense of what the key challenges are and solutions. And we're continuing to analyze the Delta Science Stakeholder Survey that we did in 2021. And we're also supporting Dr. Rudnick in her analysis of the Delta Community Survey. Next slide, please. Excuse me. I'm going to hand it over to Tara now. She'll give you a quick summary of some of our findings from the Delta Science Survey.
Great. Thanks so much, Mark. So yeah, as you said, I'm going to go into some of the key findings from our Delta Science Stakeholder Survey. And this survey, as Mark mentioned, was distributed in fall of 2021 to contact lists for over 16 Delta Science forums, as well as the Delta Science Program listserv. We received 222 responses, of which 180 were usable for our analysis, and provided a representative sample of the science enterprise. Most respondents reported being heavily involved in the science enterprise and were from state agencies. They reported filling many different roles for the science enterprise, including science communication, use of science to support management decisions, the synthesis of science, and providing scientific advice to policymakers. They also worked on many different types of issues, the most common being water quality and contaminants, climate change, ecosystem restoration, and the least common being biodiversity other than fisheries and economic development. We asked respondents about their perception of how well the Delta Science Enterprise is at accomplishing its objectives. So the figure that you see on the screen is showing the results from that survey question. And I want to spend a minute just orienting you to what you are looking at, because there's a lot of information here. So at the top is the actual survey question that we had respondents answer. And the response variables were on a Likert scale. So the gold and yellow are disagreement, and the blue turquoise is agreement. And the responses are ordered from highest agreement to lowest agreement. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to talk about sort of the top and bottom of the survey results through this presentation. So over half of the survey respondents agreed that the science enterprise has integrated different types of science to understand the Delta and has helped overcome conflictual issues. However, majority are dissatisfied with the progress that's been made in identifying solutions to problems, monitoring policy implementation, and interpreting management or policy implications from science in the Delta. So essentially, the key finding from this is that the science enterprise has helped develop knowledge, and it's been useful for this, but it's also hasn't been as useful as connecting to policy and predicting future problems. Next slide, please. We are also interested in how stakeholders perceive the science enterprise's ability to link science to policy. So to investigate this, we had respondents select their primary forum and then answer a set of questions on that forum's performance. So this figure is showing the breakdown of respondents' primary forum. So we had the most respondents from the Interagency Ecological Program Work Team with 15 responses. And then we had 10 for the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum. We had the least number of responses for the Delta Science Program Science Advisory Committee and the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program. Although I do want to point out that CSAMP has subprograms that are represented in these results. So the Collaborative Adaptive Management Team has a higher response rate. There also was a number of responses for other forums that were listed outside of these 16 main science forums. Next slide, please. We then asked respondents how effective their primary forum has been with various goals that Delta management issues aim for. So these goals were based on the Delta Plan's 9-step adaptive management cycle, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. And so each response category we had in our survey question equates to one of the steps in either the plan, do, or evaluate and respond stages. And then in the figure, we have the results for plan highlighted in red, for the do stage highlighted in green, and for the evaluate and respond stage highlighted in blue. So overall, respondents reported their forum was most effective during parts of the planning stage and least effective during parts of the do stage when designing and implementing action and monitoring plans. There were varying results for the evaluate and respond stage. Respondents felt that their forum was most effective at communicating science to decision makers and analyzing and synthesizing data to evaluate management. And the fact that this did score so highly really points that these steps are critical for the adaptive management cycle beyond just the evaluate and respond stage. I also do want to note that there is a wide spread of responses for every response category from 0 to 100. And this suggests that each forum does play a unique role in the adaptive management cycle and may not be contributing to all stages. So an example of what I mean by that is the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team had the highest effectiveness during the do stage, but the lowest during the evaluate and respond. And that could be a fact that they are focused more on management and not necessarily on informing policy decision-making. Next slide, please. So we also asked respondents about their satisfaction with their primary forum. Over 60% responded that they were satisfied with the amount of participant interaction, presence of effective leadership, and transparency of information sharing outside of the forum. About 50% said that they were dissatisfied with financial resources, and 40% with the level of staffing and engagement with Delta stakeholders. Additionally, we modeled the relationship between respondents' level of satisfaction with their forum and the effectiveness of that forum to meet adaptive management goals. And we found that social and institutional factors played a much larger role than resources. And what I mean by that is that effective leadership, trust among participants, representative engagement, and coordination with other science forums were the highest predictors of forum and effectiveness. And the themes of leadership and trust have come up a lot today, and they also came up a lot during the science governance workshop, focus group that happened in 2020 as critical factors. Next slide, please. And so we also had several qualitative response questions in the survey, and I'm not going to go into those in detail because I know we're running a little behind on time, but I did want to highlight a couple quotes where people provided examples of how the science enterprise has led to important changes in Delta policies and issues. Next slide, please. We also had 2 questions, one on the top science needs that the Delta Science Enterprise is not currently addressing. I will say the first one I have listed here, the designation of climate impacts and linked management strategies. It was cool to hear about the latest updates with Delta Adapts and the adaptation strategy, because I think that point is linked to that. And then there also were a lot of top priority changes suggested by respondents. And I also won't go into these in detail, but I think Mark will touch on them in his next slide on some recommendations from our findings. Next slide, and back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Tara. That was excellent summary of the research on the science survey. So here's a few recommendations that we've come up with across our research. So these are not all from the same research effort, and there'll be more forthcoming from our current research efforts. And I would also say that some of these fall out directly from some of our empirical analysis, and some of them are, in a sense, more evolved from best professional judgment via ongoing conversations and policy engagement of myself and others, somewhat of a spider sense about governance that comes up with some of these recommendations. So there's some art to governance. So coordination, several recommendations there. So for example, there's a big focus on leadership throughout all of our work, and we know there's leaders in every single one of these science forums. So one of our core recommendations is developing a science enterprise leadership consortium, which I liken to the DPIC for science, so that the different scientists who are looking at different parts of that elephant are talking with each other as much as possible. There's some technical issues to think about, and one of them is to try to figure out how to resolve the scale mismatches between status and trends and effectiveness monitoring and real-time forecasting and population dynamics. So what you're seeing in these monitoring programs, and sometimes there's these long-term monitoring like the IEP. It's spread out over space, it's spread out over time. It does a good job at getting at trends and population dynamics. But when it comes to monitoring effectiveness, like some management decision, maybe closing a gate or something like that, that decision is done in a very short term and maybe spatially proximate. So how can we try to resolve those space and time scales? For example, having some sort of science SWAT team that gets out there and can really do rapid response science to monitor effectiveness. And then, of course, there's ongoing research of the sort that we're doing that needs to keep going, keep researching these organizational and social barriers to collaboration so that we are able to come up with more concrete recommendations and institutional changes. And of course, integrating social science into the monitoring enterprise. That's brought up in our work as well. And there's hundreds of scientists working on things like the IEP, that's the ecological side of the monitoring, but on the social side, there's maybe just a few of us working on the social monitoring. So we really need to increase the investment in that to make the two sides of the social ecological science more balanced. So I'm happy to go into more of those recommendations you want, but I know we're short on time, so I'm just going to end it there and thank everybody for their time and also all the interaction we've had over the past few years on this really crucial issue for the Delta and basically everywhere else that you see large-scale ecosystem management happening in the world.
Thank you, Dr. LaBelle. Tara, thank you. Great presentation. I'll turn it over to my esteemed colleagues on the council. Any questions? Daniel, any questions from you?
No, thank you, Chairman Dueño.
Okay. As much as I don't like acronyms, I kind of like SELC. SELC is working for me. And I really like the concept. And the first diagram that you shared with us, Dr. LaBelle, I was called into a meeting and they shared this with me. And I looked at it and I thought, my goodness, we are, it is messy, to say the least. And I think that this is just incredible and so important for our work. We do need to have better collaboration, and I would love for us to see a more systematic, more streamlined process. And so I think you elevate a lot of things for me in this conversation that we had, but I think that we're going in the right direction, and I really thank you for your leadership, Tara. Very in sync. I just really appreciated seeing the results. I was curious to see, and I circled it, DPIC had only 3 participants. I'm just curious why we got such a low number on DPIC's participation in this, and I don't know how you utilize the outreach or getting the word out to maybe increase more participation, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good question. We relied heavily on the leads of these science forums to send out the survey link to their listserv. So we didn't really have a good idea of how the strategy was happening in each individual forum. So it may have looked different, like in terms of outreach. But I think moving forward, it would be really nice to be able to have more personal outreach to these different science forums to increase participation.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is you've already started this, so we can always do better and more. But I think that what you have already, I think, speaks volumes. I think this is tremendous. So again, wonderful, and thank you so much for your expertise and leadership in bringing this forward. And I don't see any other questions. So
one quick comment on that. We are actually working with also the Colorado River, and we will be doing a similar survey in the Colorado River Basin. We hope to repeat the Delta Science Survey, maybe next couple years to compare. And just a little bit of social science methodology is that when we are able to have individual contact with each respondent, our response rates get much better because we can really target the non-respondents. But whenever I do policy research, there's always some barriers to that because people don't like to share lists. So I'll put my plug in there. If you can encourage people to share their list with us, we treat them kindly and we get much better social science out of it if we are able to work directly with those individuals.
Absolutely. Yes, however, which way we can help and assist you, yes, we'd love to support. And what's your timeline in terms of getting that survey for the Colorado River?
I think the Colorado River one will most likely be going out by maybe in fall of this year. Maybe the latest, I would guess, probably winter 2024. And as all of you are well aware, there's a lot of controversy happening in the Colorado River, and that's one of the things that affects things too. Is that when there's a big conflicts that are happening, people are cautious about what they might respond to. So that's an issue in the Delta and also in the Colorado River, and one of the challenges to doing social science.
Absolutely. Again, thank you so much to the two of you. Beck, is there any public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Okay. We will now move on to item 14, and that is in preparation for our next council meeting. It will take place on March 23rd, 24th at the Levees Vineyard on Sherman Island. Please refer to the posted meeting notice 10 days before the meeting for further information and updates. Before I conclude, I just want to again thank everybody. It was a tough meeting. I expected it was going to be a tough meeting, but I think all in end, we come at this from a framework of how we can help, how we can assist, and more importantly, how do we protect the future of the Delta? And I think that's why we're all here. So again, congratulations to our staff for putting together such an amazing plethora of information and presenting in such a professional and diplomatic way. I really want to commend all of you who put so much time and effort. And I want you to know that I think we all acknowledge how time consuming and how much work, blood, sweat, and tears you all put into it. And again, just want to commend all of you. And again, to all of those who came forward from the public, this is a public forum, a public venue, a place where, again, we want to hear from the public. That's what this is about. I hope you don't feel like, any and all of your comments fell on deaf ears. They did not. I think it just makes us more and more positioned to, again, ask the questions that I think are important for all transparency and ensuring that the public's goals are being met in this public forum. So again, thank you. I want to wish everybody a safe voyage home. I know that you're going in that direction, I'm going in that direction, and you're going in that direction. So be safe. Daniel, we look forward to seeing you soon, and thank you so much for your participation. And Judge, you stay dapper. And this now concludes our meeting. Thank you.